Thank you very much, Hong and Jim, for organizing this conference and including our paper. This is joint research with Sam Hartzmark, and our research is really about how the dominant form of sustainable investing may actually be counterproductive to a transition environmental objective. So let me talk about sustainable investing in practice. As many of you know, it has absolutely exploded in popularity, and there's now about 35 trillion global assets that can be classified as sustainable in some form. And while there's a lot of heterogeneity across sustainable investors on what they're focused on, I think it's fair to say that the dominant focus now is really this desire to combat global warming by working to reduce firm greenhouse gas emissions. Now, what is the dominant goal of sustainable investors? Again, there is a lot of heterogeneity within this movement, but the dominant paradigm, as described by the New York Times quote, is really something about green transition and green growth, okay? It's this idea that the global economy can both continue growing and diffuse the threat of a warming planet through rapid market-led environmental change. So this idea that we're going to transition toward green while minimizing disruption to economic output. Alternatives do exist, so I'll talk about degrowth later, but we would characterize this transition goal as more dominant. What is the dominant strategy? It's really quite simple. So many of these funds, they buy or overweight low emissions firms, and they divest away from or underweight brown, so that's high emissions firms. So notice this strategy is not project specific, instead is firm specific. Alternative strategies definitely do exist. So you could do engagement or project-specific investments in green R&D. There's also interesting venture and PE strategies. But we'd just like to point out that these more targeted alternative strategies are a very small percentage of the overall pot of money that is calling itself ESG or sustainable investing. So to the extent that our paper is going to be a critique of this dominant strategy, please remember, it's only a critique of the dominant strategy with respect to its focus and goals. Okay. So what Sam and I do in our paper is we ask whether sustainable investing is actually going to achieve its green transition goal. Now, what could be the mechanism? Well, sustainable investors hope to make firms more green by changing around their cost of capital. They direct their money toward green firms, which is going to lower green firms' cost of capital, and they direct capital away from brown firms, punishing them, raising their cost of capital. And we ask, what will happen if sustainable investing actually succeeds in changing the cost of capital under that dominant strategy? Will these firms transition toward being meaningfully more green? And we argue that really depends on the impact elasticity of brown and green firms. And we define this impact elasticity as how a firm's environmental changes for a given unit change in its cost of capital. So let me just walk you through an example of what we have in mind. Take your typical green firm. This would be Travelers Insurance. It's an S&P 500 firm in the insurance industry. It has extremely low emissions intensity of just 1 ton per $1 million of revenue. And it's also done an admirable job to cut its emissions intensity by about 40% over a recent 3-year period. It also has quite credible long-term goals of being net zero by 2030. Contrast that with your typical brown firm. This is Martin Marietta Materials. It's another S&P 500 firm that produces building materials. Martin Marietta starts at about 1,000 times the emissions, so 1,000 tons per $1 million of revenue. It has also cut its emissions intensity by 12% over the same 3-year period. Now, one of the points of our paper is 12% may sound less impressive than a 40% cut, but it's actually far more beneficial for the environment because this is the firm that started out at 1,000 times the environmental impact. Martin Marietta does not have a pledge to be net zero by 2030. It has more modest long-term goals, and it discusses this problem that to move toward newer, cleaner production processes requires costly upfront investment. Now let's consider how the dominant sustainable investing strategy interacts with these two firms. Basically, sustainable investors tend to buy firms like Travelers, and they underweight or divest away from firms such as Martin Marietta. The problem we point out with this approach is Travelers as an insurance firm just cannot get much more green or brown as his cost of capital shifts around. Suppose you reduce that cost of capital down to zero. It's going to invest more and grow. But even if this type of firm achieves a 100% reduction in its already very low level of emissions, that matters as much for the environment as Martin Marietta cutting its emissions by a mere 0.1%. There's also no reason to think that Travelers as an insurance firm with a low cost of capital could produce critical building materials at a lower emissions intensity, or that it could meaningfully conduct green R&D that would spill over into the production processes of other firms. Contrast that with Martin Marietta, which as a major manufacturing firm really could become much more green or brown as its cost of capital shifts around. If its cost of capital goes down, it effectively becomes more long-term oriented, right? It may now choose to invest in that green technology, which is expensive upfront, but pays off in the future. However, if its cost of capital goes up, that's like having a higher discount rate. It becomes more short-termist, and now it has an incentive to cut corners or double down on existing brown production, because that's the way for this firm to generate cash upfront. So that was just one example. What we do in our paper is we test if this insight holds in the general data. As a quick overview of what we find, we show that green firms typically have an impact elasticity of very close to zero, which is that their environmental impact doesn't really change as their cost of capital moves around. On the other hand, that we find that brown firms have impact elasticities that are substantially negative. In other words, they pollute more per unit of output when their cost of capital goes up. So this has the important implication that if sustainable investing succeeds in changing the cost of capital for brown and green firms, it could actually be counterproductive relative to a goal of transitioning these firms to be more green. Because the brown firms, when they're punished, could actually become more brown, and the green firms have essentially maxed out, and they can't become meaningfully more green. We also consider this important idea that maybe the presence of sustainable investors will incentivize brown firms to become more green in order to access a lower cost of capital in the future. Okay, I think this incentive channel is very promising in theory. However, we show that incentives in practice are very weak. Sustainable investors have primarily rewarded firms that are already green for a large percentage, but economically trivial reductions in their emissions, okay? And this practice of rewarding green firms is a mistake, because we show that the typical brown firm emits about 261 times more pollution than a similarly sized green firm. And then finally, we show that investors, at least so far, are not growing the set of green firms that can replace critical brown output. Instead, they're avoiding entire brown industries such as agriculture and holding green firms such as insurance. Now, before I get to the results, some of you are probably thinking, well, how much has sustainable investing actually changed the cost of capital for firms? Okay, and this is an area in which there's active debate about how much the cost of capital has already moved. Where our paper comes in is our perspective is, regardless of how much the cost of capital has already changed, if there's $35 trillion invested in growing with the goal of changing firms' cost of capital, it's important to know whether sustainable investors should even want to raise the cost of capital for brown firms. Would that even be desirable? All right, so let me start by just showing you just this basic fact that a small handful of firms and industries are responsible for the bulk of carbon emissions. Okay, so we divided firms into quintiles based upon their emissions. Brown is quintile 1, green is quintile 5, and neutral or in between. So if we look at emissions, we find that the brown quintile firms have about 1,700 times the total emissions of green firms. Okay? You might think this is just due to differences in firm size because, of course, all else equal, bigger firms would pollute more. So we're going to move for the rest of the paper to a standard measure, which is size adjusted. That's emissions intensity. So that's emissions per unit of revenue. And we find with that adjustment, it's still the case that the brown quintile firms have on average about 261 times the emissions intensity of green firms. And notice neutral firms are much closer to being green than they are to being brown. Next, we're going to measure the impact elasticity of firms, which is their change in environmental impact for a change in their cost of capital. Impact is going to be measured as emissions intensity. This is a standard practitioner target that does recognize a trade-off between emissions and output for a transition goal. Okay. We're going to examine reactions to a broad class of shocks to firms' cost of capital in order to get enough statistical power. So our shocks to the cost of capital are not going to be due to sustainable investing necessarily. Okay. That means our underlying assumption is that if the sustainable investing strategy succeeds in altering firms' costs of capital, firms would react in a similar way as they've reacted to other shocks to their cost of capital in the past. Okay. We do recognize that there could be potential violations of this important assumption, in particular incentive effects, which we're going to explore later. Okay. So as a first pass, we just look at the relation between a firm's past financial performance and its future change in emissions. And the idea is if a firm has had good financial performance, it's going to have a lower cost of capital. So this is just correlations, but what we find is that brown firms become more green after higher returns and equivalently more brown after lower returns, whereas green firms are largely unchanged. So this implies a pretty large negative impact elasticity for brown firms and a close to 0.1 for green firms. You might worry this is due to firm-specific omitted variables or reverse causality. So we're going to look at the relation between the firm's industry returns and its future emissions, and we find quite similar results, which is brown firms become more green. They reduce their emissions after their whole industry has done better in the past financially. We also look at longer term changes in emissions, and we actually find stronger effects over longer horizons. So this is consistent with the idea that any changes in investment choices on emissions could take several years to realize. And it's also inconsistent with our results being driven by short-term revenue swings. Next, we look at financial distress measures. A stated goal of many sustainable investors, they want to punish brown firms, reduce their access to capital, and push them toward financial distress. So we look at, what would happen if these green investors succeed? And I will just say, as someone who teaches corporate finance, this is where I found it really implausible that a firm that was near bankruptcy is going to choose to invest in kind of long-term green capital to transition toward greener production. Okay. So we look at various proxies for financial distress, such as low interest coverage or low Z-score. And what we find is that when firms are in financial distress, the brown firms tend to pollute substantially more. They increase their emissions per unit of revenue by about 5 times the annual level of production for the typical same size green firm. Green firms have quite smaller reactions, sometimes in the opposite direction. Now, in a short 20-minute talk, I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty details of identification, but I'll just briefly describe what we have in mind. Now, ideally, we want a pure financial change in the cost of capital. And the problem so far is that financial performance could capture both productivity shocks as well as cost of capital shocks. And we want to examine measures that hold basically productivity and demand for the firm constant and only shift around its cost of capital. So these are the things that we look at. First, we borrow a measure from accounting, which is the implied cost of capital. This is the internal rate of return that equates the firm's market value to the present value of its future expected cash flows. So the change in the implied cost of capital should be a true cost of capital shock rather than due to changes in cash flow expectations. We also look at this idea that firms that ex ante have more leverage should be more sensitive to industry level productivity shocks. And these highly leveraged firms are more likely to face financial constraints following a negative productivity shock. And then finally, we borrow some insights from my co-author Sam Hartsmark's work on behavioral dividend demand. So he shows that in time periods, for example, with high interest rates, there's a massive substitution away from dividend-paying firms toward fixed income or bonds, because people mistakenly view dividends and interest income from bonds as roughly substitutes, okay? So he basically looks at these flows into and out of dividend-paying firms as a shock to cost of capital, and we separate that by initially whether a firm is a big or not a non-dividend payer. Okay? So I won't show you the results because I don't have enough time, but using these kind of more exogenous cost of capital shocks, we find quite similar patterns, which is that as cost of capital goes up for brown firms, they actually go and pollute more. And there's very small reactions for green firms. Now, what do we think is going on here? Why do brown and green firms have different impact elasticities? Here's a sketch of the model that we have in mind. Your typical brown firm can choose between two types of projects. The first is continue or expand brown production and cut corners on abatement efforts. This generates cash right now. Or it can switch toward new green production. This has a higher upfront cost, but it could deliver backloaded cash flows. So suppose the firm is currently indifferent between option 1 and option 2. Okay. If its cost of capital goes up, that's equivalent to its discount rate going up. Okay. Now the firm will strictly prefer option 1. Short-term cash flows are going to look more attractive, favoring option 1, leading to a negative impact elasticity. So really, our paper has a very simple message. You can think about our paper as pointing out this contradiction. Sustainable investors want brown firms to behave and invest as though they care a lot about the future. However, what sustainable investors are actively trying to do is to raise the discount rate for brown firms, which makes them care less about the future, and that can be counterproductive. Contrast that with green firms. They just operate in a line of business, such as insurance, where they cannot generate large environmental externalities, regardless of which investments are chosen. So as their cost of capital shifts around, they might choose different projects, but their environmental impact stays quite minimal. We do carefully consider this idea of additional incentive effects. Here, the question is, what if brown firms choose to become more green in order to access a lower cost of capital or a higher share price from sustainable investors in the future? We think this channel is quite promising, but what I'm going to show you is that sustainable investors, when we look in the data, has offered very weak incentives so far. Okay, and some of the data that we're using is actually generously shared with us by Lauren Cohen and his co-authors, and you'll see their paper next in this program. Okay, so here we're looking at the extent to which firms are overweighted in the aggregate sustainable or green portfolio. Okay. And what we find is that green funds in general overweight firms with low emissions. However, green funds do not respond to how firms have changed their emissions in the levels. So these are the units that actually matter. Instead, green funds respond to changes in the emissions of firms as measured in percents. Okay. Similarly, environmental ESG ratings, these are the ones from MSCI, similarly reward firms for low level of emissions and percentage reductions in emissions, not reductions in emissions intensities in levels. Okay, and this is a mistake because you could be a green firm. You start out with a trivial amount of emissions, but you reduce that emissions by 50%. Okay. You actually see this in the Financial Times ranking of climate leaders, which are ranked again by their percentage reduction in emissions. But you can see all of these climate leaders started out with levels of emissions intensity below 15 tons per million. And your typical brown firm could start with emissions about 1,000 tons per million. It actually gets worse. So suppose a green and brown firm managed to have the same percentage reduction in emissions, let's say 10%. You would think that the brown firm should be rewarded more because it's reducing 10% on a level that's about several hundred times higher. Okay, but instead we find that sustainable investors only reward neutral and green firms for percentage reductions in emissions. Brown firms basically don't get any reward no matter how they reduce their emissions, levels or percents. So what we think is going on here is there's a lot of exclusion criteria from sustainable and ESG portfolios that's operating at the company level. Take this example from the Carbon Underground 200. Here the sin is if you're a large owner of carbon reserves, no matter what you do with it, you're on the divestment list. Okay, so this creates incentives for brown firms not necessarily to engage in cleaner production, but rather to just basically sell assets into the private market where those assets are just owned by different private owners who could pollute as much or more than the previous public owners. One last thing that I want to touch on before we conclude, and this is just an important caveat or consideration for our paper. When we say counterproductive, we mean relative to a specific transition goal. Okay, what we show is that brown firms become more brown in terms of emissions per unit output. Okay, so this is counterproductive relative to a firm level transition goal in which people still care about production. Okay, we are not claiming that the dominant strategy is counterproductive relative to a degrowth goal. Okay, this is where you don't care about the shrinkage in production, you just want to lower emissions. And that's because a large increase in financing costs, suppose you raise cost of capital to infinity. Okay, well, that's going to kill the firm. It's going to deter entry, and it's going to reduce absolute emissions. Okay, I do think economy-wide degrowth could be extremely costly. You might think that we could consider more of a middle ground, which is targeted degrowth. So that's where we want to shrink brown firms, but replace them with a set of green firms that produce substitutable goods. The challenge we face is that brown industries currently produce output that we cannot easily substitute away from. Okay, brown industries are agriculture, energy, manufacturing, and also transportation. Green is insurance, healthcare, and financial services. Okay, so you basically can't eat less and consume more insurance necessarily. That implies that a transition goal means that sustainable investors should invest in relatively green or improving firms within a brown industry without necessarily underweighting the brown industry as a whole. Okay, so for example, suppose you want to decrease emissions intensity and still feed people. What you could do is invest in the relatively green or transitioning set of agriculture firms. The reality that we see in the data is that sustainable investors underweight all of agriculture by about 80% compared to its market cap. You might have heard that some sustainable funds claim that they sector adjust, but we find in the data is they sector adjust at a very coarse sector level. So for example, agriculture and drugstores are often in the same sector, even though clearly they do not produce substitutable goods. Okay. So when we look at green fund allocations by SIC to industry, we see a sharp trend, which is entire high emissions industries are underweighted in the aggregate green portfolio. This is still the case here. We're looking at the plot, but with only the 20% of the greenest firms within each SIC2 industry. And it's still the case. This line might actually look flatter. It's actually about the same slope. What we see here is actually an increase in the scale of the y-axis, because essentially what sustainable investors are doing is they're really rewarding the 20% greenest firms within the greenest industry. Okay? And this is a kind of a distinction that doesn't really matter because entire sets of green and neutral firms pollute so little to begin with compared to the brown set. So let me conclude. Our message here is really a warning that the dominant sustainable investing strategy could actually be counterproductive relative to a firm-wide transition goal. It's because green firms have impact elasticities pretty close to zero, so you have little room to improve, whereas brown firms, when they're punished, could actually become more short-termist, which makes them less likely to transition toward green. So they have a negative impact elasticity. And we further show that so far, sustainable investors have provided brown firms with very weak incentives to become more green. essentially because they're on these divestment lists. And even if they improve, they're still on that list because of the sin of asset ownership. This is not at all meant to be a critique of all sustainable investing strategies. What we're saying really is that the dominant strategy seems to be motivated by a rather naive desire to punish the bad firms. So this can be viewed as a form of deontological ethics. This firm is a bad firm. I don't want it in my portfolio. It's wrong to have it in my portfolio, rather than to think through the consequences of this kind of divestment or investing strategy. We would instead suggest that to the extent that sustainable investors want to have positive consequentialist change, their portfolios should actually overweight and target incentives at brown industries and reward the relatively green or transitioning firms within that set of industries. I'll end with one last thought. So for most of this talk, I've talked about sustainable investors who want to have positive environmental change through their investments. Now, there's also a very large group of investors who are talking a lot about carbon transition risk and their desire to hedge or avoid carbon transition risk in their portfolio, okay? And many of these investors, possibly correctly, believe that brown firms and brown industries are potentially more exposed to the risk of global climate change and a massive increase in carbon taxation. Okay, so that can be fully rational. Essentially, what these investors are doing, though, is they're going to demand higher returns for them to be willing to invest in brown firms because they think these brown firms are higher risk. What we want to point out, though, is that a consequence of fearing this type of risk is going to be a higher cost of capital faced by these brown firms, which ironically could actually cause them to become more brown. All right, so I'll end it there. I'm looking forward to hearing the comments from my discussant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kelly. All right. Well, I want to remind everyone, if you're not speaking, please keep your voice, keep your sound silent so that it's not disturbing others. And also, in order to keep the time, I'm going to start reminding the time 2 minutes until the full-time clock. So you might be startled a little bit, but hopefully it won't be too much. Now the discussant is Dragon Tong from University of Hong Kong. Dragon, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. So Kelly did a fantastic job presenting the paper main results. So I will not repeat, even though I will touch on some of the findings. First, for full disclosure, I think I will distort some what Kelly said for illustration, for my understanding of the paper. And my discussion will be mostly for the big picture. So I trust everything was done perfectly in the paper. It's just I want to share my understanding and my thought about this paper. So let me first share with you, many of you read this book by Bill Gates. So 3 years ago during COVID, he released this book called How to Avoid the Climate Disaster. And actually this became a New York Times bestseller. And that's what he wrote on his blog, that if there's only one idea I want people to take away from the book, it is we need to lower the green premium. That's to support the green firms, lower their cost capital, and probably increase the cost capital for brown companies. And he doesn't just say about this. He's a billionaire. He actually does it. So he have this company, Breakthrough Energy, and he actually works on it. So he acts more like an engineer. So a few days ago, he started this project in, I think, Wyoming, Terra Power. So he actually does it because he got money to really do it. And I think what this paper is saying is, so this is my interpretation. Of course, Kelly did not say this in the paper. She did not even mention Bill Gates, right? In the paper, is Bill Gates is wrong. So that's my interpretation. And this is what he does is counterproductive. So this is a direct quote from the paper, right? Is the dominant investment strategy of this will move actually them further away from the transition goal. So I say this for the effect, but of course not accurate, not exactly what they say in the paper. So So what's wrong is Kelly already mentioned about this percentage, right? Focus on the percentage of reduction of CO2. And indeed, right, a lot of companies' policies are based on this percentage. And I give you one example, and this is probably the most prominent example in my mind is Fit for 55. So of course, there are many details for this EU green policy of reducing the carbon emission by 55% by 2030 relative to the base of 1990. So to illustrate why this is a problem is if we have a green firm start with low base of 10 tons, it reduced by 20% to 8. The brown company start with 100 and it goes to, actually, if you increase the cost capital, they're going to produce more. So we go to 105. So the total emission actually increase from 110 to 113 of like 2.7%, not if you just look simply the average of a negative 7.5. So this looking at the percentage is wrong. And I like this in the paper to say ESG rating agencies got this wrong. The ratings are fraud. I just also share some other papers that they also point out we need to be careful with the ESG ratings. And here also I put my own papers together with other papers. So I really like this point. And does it really matter if we have this mistake? I think it does, because many government policies are designed to support green projects. Here I also cite the European policy, this called PEPP, right? During pandemic, the pandemic emergency purchase program, and they put a focus on green projects. They will actually shift or tilt towards more green project. So we have one paper, I think, from Bank of Italy called Unconventional Green, that to look at this policy, and this policy indeed lead to greenium of 51 basis points, and the green companies indeed reduce emission and increase their ESG rating. But this probably this analysis does not consider what happened to the brown companies if their financing is reduced. And if we take this paper, Kelly's paper, then this policy can be counterproductive. And this policy actually is huge, a lot of money we're talking about. So it matters. And the key innovation in the paper is actually this impact elasticity. And I quote their papers, the primary contribution, right, is document the heterogeneity in the impact elasticity, the relative to this initial level green. So my first thought is this denominator, the change of cost of capital. And I wonder how big, right? How big is the greenium that does it really change? And here I use the survey paper from Harrison Hong and the co-author published last year in the annual review of financial economics, and their finding is this estimate is widespread. So there are many around zero, some even positive, and some many of course are negative. On average, is like probably 1% percentage point. And there are also other papers, like there's early paper accounting, the JE paper by Locker and Watts. Basically, they say there's no greenium. And the recent working paper to say ESG investing costs nothing. Basically, we don't need to worry too much about this change of cost of capital. So actually, Sam and Kelly talk about this both in the paper and also during the presentation, that they don't take, their paper does not really depend on this funding. They don't take a strong stand on this greenium. But I do think about whether this paper is still interesting if the greenium is trivial, right? If people don't really, if cost of capital is not really affected by this sustainable investing. So actually, a lot of this comment I have here, Kelly already discussed in presentation. It's just I want to reinforce and also based on my own thinking. Another key point the paper made is about this called a dominant, right, sustainable investing strategy, and I want to see whether really there's the data supporting that. And again, from this Hong and Shaw annual review paper, indeed, right, according to this graph, ESG screening or divestment, right, is the dominant strategy up until 2020. So this is their data. And what I want to see is this is based on US data, whether this is really representative of the world, and also whether this is still true post COVID, post 2020. about this, right, because this is a key point. Even though there are many other strategies, if this is like 80 or 90% of the sustainable investing, then of course we will take this paper much more seriously about this the composition of this sustainable investing. I actually asked ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT did not tell me the answer, like whether this is really dominant strategy. So I again look at Laura's presidential speech in AFA, and she actually plot around the world. And I see from her figure 4, right? I see two striking finding. First is compare the left and right is actually non-ESG is still dominating. ESG is really a small part for mutual fund and the ETF. And the second is the right-hand side, you see the yellow part is dominating, right? That's the Europe. So US actually, in terms of market share on ESG is little. So really we should look into probably more about the US European evidence. So that's my quoting other evidence. So my next point is actually, even though I started mentioning about Bill Gates, so Bill Gates actually does not believe in divestment. So for full disclosure, I actually quote him from 2019 Financial Times interview that he thought that divestment does zero effect, right? Reduce 0 tons of emission. And what he really want to do is to move money to invest in tech. So it's not really just reallocation from brown to green. It's actually creating new capital. For new capital, one potential is probably we should do more equity investing instead of debt investing. And Kelly also mentioned the financial constraint, right? To have this effect, if brown companies have more financial constraint and get a higher cost of capital, then they will pollute more. So equity financing probably is another choice. And also actually, also there's still hope in divestment. There's a working paper to say divestment could still have effect through the voice and the other things. So I will not go into detail for time's sake. So actually this made me really think if this sustainable investing would backfire, right? Would not really work, what will be the alternative? So definitely doing nothing is not the alternative, right? Business as usual, then we are going to face temperature rise of 4 to 6 degrees. And another thing is greenwashing, right? I pretend to be doing ESG, but not. So in China, this is the most valuable company in China is actually a liquor company. So 70% of the ESG fund in China hold this company, and many of them actually that's the biggest holding. So greenwashing is not the answer either. Indeed, actually there are many things happening now in Europe, like a lot of Article 8 and Article 9, the deep dark green funds are actually getting divestment. So end of last year, right? You see the so-called Article 8 is light green fund get a lot of withdrawal. So is this desirable? Probably not from my view or from probably many people. And even in Hong Kong, we are thinking about we want to improve the investment practice, it's including the naming, right? We want to reduce greenwashing. So really think about what's the alternative. One thing is transition finance. Actually, Japan just issued a sovereign transition finance bond, and another working paper from Okay, good. So it's transition risk. Actually, this paper show that this policy actually can lead to higher cost of capital but lower emission, but only for power sector in the US and the other things. Another point I want to mention is a private firm. Actually, Kelly mentioned about some divestment just throw this under the rug, right, to hide them for a private firm. Maybe we can also think about this. Final comment is so this is about the E, especially emission, not the environment. But how about the S and G, right? For sustainable investing, maybe they actually do more for the social and the governance aspect. So to summarize, I think this is really thoughtful, both theoretically and also meticulous, empirical. So I think this is really just like Kelly's other papers, very novel and provocative, insightful. Here, provocative part is brown firms. They actually can become less brown if we give them easy access to capital. So this really made me thinking about maybe we should take a more serious look into the rationale of anti-ESG camp. So I really support ESG, but I should also hear what they think. And suggestion will be substantiate some of the key premises including greenium and the size of the market, and really to think about what are the operational implications of the research. And finally, I want to say sustainable investing is still a very young field, and we need more research. Thank you. That's all.
20 minutes.
Perfect. Thanks so much. And thank you so much, Jim and Hong, for inviting the paper and for putting this conference together, which is absolutely superb. And so, so look, I'm going to start here when, in fact, Kelly and Dragon made my job really easy. They did a great job of motivating this space. So I'm going to skip right over this because they presented, you know, honestly better facts than I have. And so kind of motivating exactly why this space is important to look into, and in particular on the investment side. But look, I think there are arguments for and against this ESG investing based on preferences and beliefs. And one thing I do want to draw your attention to is just the evidence so far. So the empirical evidence on this space is really, look, and it's probably not surprising, it's kind of mixed, right? And we kind of know this from all of the work that's done within asset pricing, that it's just been around for far too short of a time that we can really, with any type of definitive statement, say whether things are going in the direction that we had hoped or not hoped. And so there are some papers that say, gosh, here are all these benefits from ESG investing, and then here are detriments. And that's true, by the way, on the investment side, so the incremental return side, and also on the firm behavior side. And so essentially what we are going to do is we're going to sidestep that question, and we're going to ask a simpler question. And that is, look, nearly every one of both, this is true on this capital market side like Kelly talked about, but also on governmental and different intergovernmental organizations that are tackling this problem, they agree on the following. And that is, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. And in fact, we don't have the technology at scale, at a cost level where we could get there. And so given that, innovation is going to be an important part of whatever solution ends up solving this problem for humanity. And given that, we're going to ask, gosh, who does this innovation in the kind of green space? So we are going to take the entire universe of green patenting in the US, going back to the mid-70s, and we're going to ask that question. We're going to see who does this, who seems to do this in the most impactful way, which is to say who seems to be innovating those patents which are the most impactful within their classes, and then what are they doing with those patents? And so let me tell you a little bit about kind of our sample, how we constructed, and then I'll jump into the results. And so we use, like I said, the universe of patents. So this isn't a subsample. This is all patents going back that 40 years. We use firm level data, just the usual firm level data, and we use a number of ESG rankings. So I'll show you some evidence from Sustainalytics. We use that because it's going back the furthest and it's got the broadest cross-section for our sample, but we've also replicated this with MSCI data. And so first, kind of what is a patent? So patents are defensive legal contracts. And the reason that's going to be important is because patenting does not imply that the person who's assigned the patent does anything with it. In fact, it just allows them the ability to block anyone else from doing anything with it. So you could get a patent and literally just let weeds grow up where that idea space is, but it allows you to block commercialization for a period of time. In the US, that's 20 years. And that's going to be important because we're going to look at not only who patents, but if they do anything with those patents. And here's an example of a patent in this sample. And this is for a collar apparatus enabling secure handling of a snake by tether. Okay, so this is patent about 6.5 million. And you can see with most patents, they actually do give pictures. And these are the actual pictures that were submitted with this patent. And so this is some dude, kind of looks like me, who has essentially a snake leash around this snake, and he's walking his snake with this. So this is the kind of structure of a patent, and that's given with each of these patents. So you see pictures, you see descriptions, and you see a lot of information about who this is assigned to, and if it's ever reassigned, and that's going to be important also, i.e. if anyone ever buys these things. And so in addition to that, you get a classification of this. And you can kind of think of these classifications much in the same way that we have SIC codes or NAICS. And they just kind of classify them into the broad topic and idea area that they embody. And so we're going to be using all that information because what we use and explore in this paper are green patents. And so these green patents, what are they and how are they defined? Well, it's nice that the OECD has actually created a structure around green patents and what green patents are. So we are going to use the OECD's definition, and they actually break down each of these categories into subcategories, right? Much the way that NAICS or SIC codes do. And so we're going to be focusing for a big part of the paper on climate change mitigation, but we'll show these across these different categorizations. And let me give you an example of one of these early green patents. This is actually an early green patent in solar technology. So this is actually one of the foundational solar cell technology patents. And this was patented by Exxon Research and Engineering. And this was patented all the way back in 1978. Okay, that's when it was filed for. And so here are the pictures that were submitted with this patent. What do we see happening to green patenting from the time that we begin this sample? Well, you can see, I'm showing here just the last 30 years, but you can see this precipitous rise. Okay, so green innovation has been increasing. It starts kind of low, and it's been increasing both in terms of absolute numbers, but also in percentages. So number of green patents is in orange, gray here is the percentage of green patents. So we see both of those going up, and that's percentage relative to all patenting that is granted in the US over that time period. And what we find in this paper, here we show the top 50 green patenters. These are hard to read, but you'll see some that are probably not surprising. We have General Electric, we have Panasonic, DuPont. Turns out we have a number of automobile firms are green patenters as well. But what I highlight here, and that's because we dig more into this and explore them, are the energy firms, traditional energy firms. And they are the Exxons, Royal Dutch, BP, ConocoPhillips, Chevron. These are all probably very familiar names. These are the big oil majors. And it turns out that they are also prolific green patenters over this time period. And in fact, they represent a rather large fraction of green patenting over our time period. And they have not only green patented over this time period, but it turns out as a percentage of their entire activity, they disproportionately allocate activity toward green patenting. And so let me give you an idea for what these percentages are. The average firm that green patents at all, okay, so we get rid of the zeros and we say, gosh, do you green patent at all? Is that part of your innovation space? And if it is, then the average percentage of your patents that are green patents are about 8%. For energy firms, that's about tripled. Okay, that's 22%. So nearly kind of 1 in 5, 1 in 4 of their patents are green patents. So they dedicate significantly more of that idea generation space of what they're doing to green patenting. And when we found this result, we were thinking, gosh, yeah, okay, maybe they do this, but maybe they're just putting easy points on the board, right? Maybe these are kind of like crappy patents and they're just doing it to kind of signal something to the market that they care, but they're not very high quality patents. When we explored this further, we actually found that the opposite is true. That it turns out that the green patents of these energy firms are actually significantly more cited on average. And not only are they more cited, but they have a higher chance of being a blockbuster patent. And a blockbuster patent is a patent that's in the 95th percentile and above of patent citations. The reason we use that is because it's a very skewed distribution, and it's in that really, really right tail that's been shown to correlate the most with commercializability and value of the actual patent. So it turns out they have higher quality markers on both those dimensions. But we wanted to explore a little bit further, and so we also found some other attributes about these green patents of energy firms. So they actually also tend to be first movers within a space, and that is much like that solar cell technology patent I showed you. They're significantly more likely to show up kind of right at the beginning when an idea space or a class of green patenting is first blossoming and taking off. And not only do they show up then, but it turns out their early patents are also more influential than other early patenters around that time. So if a space started, let's say in 1985, the energy firms tend to have patents that are more influential, their 1985 patents, than other firms that are also patenting around that time period. But even given this evidence, we thought, gosh, maybe they do all these things. But like I mentioned earlier, because patents only give you the right to block other people from innovating in the space, from commercializing the space, maybe what they're doing is they're innovating these green patents and then just putting them on the shelf, right? They're doing it to block other people from getting in the space, but they're not doing anything with them, right? So we try to explore this in a few ways. First, we see whether there's any evidence of the creation of patent thickets. And what patent thickets are, these come from this pharmaceutical literature, and they're an interlocking weaving of patents that make it just really hard for anyone else to patent in the space. So first, we don't find any evidence of these green patents from energy firms as being kind of these patent thickets. In fact, they're even a little bit less likely to be marked as patent thickets than green patents of other firms. Secondly, it turns out that most of the citations these green patents get are not from the energy industry. They're from outside the industry. So about 74% of the citations, they're not just, these firms self-citing or other energy firms citing these patents, but it's everybody outside the industry that are pointing to these energy patents as influential patents. And kind of lastly, and I think most importantly, we also find that they engage in significant real production activity based on these patents. Okay, and one other thing I should mention about this, these are also in-house patents, right? We were worried maybe also they're just purchasing these from the outside. It turns out they aren't. So I'll give you this number, but it's 97% of the green patents on the books of these firms are organically generated, which means they're generated within the firm itself. And so in addition to that, like I mentioned, they engage in these real activities. And I'll give you one example, one big space where they engage in this. It turns out that what we find, and this is kind of very much in line with what Kelly was just talking about, it turns out these firms, they not only do they not get credit, but they seem to get significantly less credit for their incremental green innovation. In fact, the average firm that green patents gets some credit for that. Energy firms, if anything, they have a negative coefficient on that, right? Which is to say these green innovations not only take you back down to zero, but a little bit less. So with this counterintuitive result that these ESG scores do not seem to be taking this into account, nor are they rewarding energy firms. And in fact, on the green innovation side, we've had discussions with MSCI and Sustainalytics because, like this research that we've done, we want these people who could potentially impact capital to understand and know what's going on. And following these conversations, MSCI has actually started to put innovation into its ESG rating, which is a great thing to see, but they've just started to roll that out. So let me kind of give you an example of one space now that I have a big set of results, and then I'll kind of tie up. And that is this space of carbon capture. And the reason I'm choosing this is because I think this is really exemplary for two reasons. First, I think it's exemplary of a space where these energy firms have really kind of been first movers and taken on a lot of large scale projects. And second, this is a space that is widely agreed to have some role within a decarbonizing future. So a number of intergovernmental organizations have said this. The IPCC in particular, they have included it as one of their single most promising and impactful technologies for reducing net emissions. So that was in their 2022 report, but they've mentioned it in the report since as well. And so in addition to them, a number of other organizations, that's both at the country level and again, cross-country level, have stressed the need for some type of carbon sequestration as a part of that glide path toward the emissions goals that we need to hit. And so it turns out this is a space where energy firms have played a particularly large role. And I'm giving you one example, this Sleipner carbon capture and storage project. This was one of the earliest projects and one of the awarded projects, which was launched by this Equinor firm. And in general, I'm going to present some statistics about this just so you can see it, but these are exemplary of many of these other categories we see. So first, we find that these energy firms are some of the earliest within this space. And so the average patent number here is about 9 million. And they come about 1 million patents before that. And so there are about 11 or 12 million patents and so you get in the US that have been granted. So you can think about it within that time series, okay? So they come actually a fair amount before the average patent within this space. And not only that, but you can see here that 8 out of the top 10 patenting firms are energy firms within carbon capture. And I think you can actually see that most starkly from this figure. So in this figure, this shows all of the patents granted within carbon capture. Everything in blue are energy firms, and red are every other industry. So you can see energy firms are actually the earliest firms by far here. And even toward the end, energy firms are just the dominant idea generators within this space. So in addition to being this kind of idea generators, their patents within the space are also significantly more cited. So here about 3 and 10 times more cited than patents from other firms that are generating ideas within this space. And what we did is also we did some natural language processing. That's why I wanted to show you a patent before. We actually dug into the language of these patents to look at what kind of language was used in energy firms' patents in this carbon capture, and then all other industries' patents. And what we find is that energy firms actually do seem to use more kind of tangible words and kind of ideas within their patents about how they're going to implement these things, as opposed to the words that are used within other industries' patents. But interestingly enough, we see a convergence, which is to say that these other firms, as they tend to cite more as the space evolves and matures, that is, other firms tend to cite more energy patents, they actually converge to the same structure and terminology of those early energy firm patents. And here we show there that the similarity is kind of converging to those energy firm patents as the space matures. And so, look, as I kind of wrap up, getting back to this, I think this is a nice part of coupling Kelly's and this papers together, and that is that these firms are firms that are restricted by mandates and campaigns, actually dollars coming into them and other types of these policies around the world in terms of the capital provision, but they seem to contribute significantly to at least the idea space around solving these problems on this kind of E dimension. And yet ESG scores, by and large, they don't reward green patenting activity. And in fact, not at all for these energy firms, although like I said, once talking to some of these rating firms, I'm hoping that changes. Okay, there's still work to be done on the capital allocation side, and I think that is work that is starting to be done within the field. And lastly, I think our findings raise important questions as to whether these current policies, both the capital allocation policies and even some of these governmental policies and non-governmental that are being implemented, that whether they're the right way to go about this. In other words, instead of excluding providers and players from this space, perhaps an incentive scheme where you reward and generate reward-based incentives would lead to more efficient, innovative outcomes. So what are we doing next? Well, we're collecting more data on the real activity of these firms. We now have a number of kind of new analyses. We find that these energy firms also hire more green labor, and they implement more of their ideas with that green labor. We're tying it more to 10Ks, and we're looking at the debt side as well. And let me just kind of end with two things. This is that R&D team, right? Those plucky groups of scientists that this back at Exxon that came up with that solar cell technology. I'm sure that this solar cell that they developed probably couldn't even power a calculator right now, but back then it was definitely innovative. And lastly, 2 recent acquisitions kind of go in line and in spirit of the paper, which was nice to see, which is this is that Hess being acquired by Chevron. They paid $53 billion. And there, the more innovative firm, Chevron, acquired Hess, which was not really that innovative at all. Okay, whereas Chevron was not only innovative, but implementing these activities. And secondly, we saw the same thing with Pioneer. So Pioneer was a firm acquired by Exxon. Exxon's the 11th most ubiquitous green patenter, and Pioneer does very little patenting. So we saw this more innovative firm grabbing the assets of the less green innovative firm. And so in some ways, that's kind of moving in this direction of green innovation. All right, so thank you so much. I really appreciate your care and attention. I look forward to the discussion and the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Lauren, and also for keeping the time. The discussant is Xiaoying Yu from Shanghai Advanced Institute of Finance. Xiaoying, you have 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I want to thank the conference organizers for inviting me to discuss this very interesting paper. So in this paper, the authors actually investigated 2 questions. One is that who are the key green innovators in the United States? And the second is that whether the ESG ratings are indeed recognizing firms' ESG efforts. So as you can see from Lauren's presentation, and the authors actually spend lots of time assemble a very large, rich data set from multiple data sources. They also construct measures and tests to capture different traits of green patterns. They provide field evidence highlighting the role of the energy sector. Okay, so just very quick recap on what's the main findings. In terms of the first question, the authors identify green sectors are actually the ones producing more green patterns than any other industries. And these green patterns are actually having very high quality. And they're produced in-house rather than through acquisitions. And they're actually the early movers in the technology class. And these actions actually take place even before the existence of ESG scores. In terms of the second question, turns out there's a so-called ESG rating discrimination against the energy sector firms, namely the green pattern producing firms in the energy sector, and they receive lower environmental scores. They're less likely to be held by the ESG investors. Okay, so my overall impression, this is actually a very large-scale study with many creative ways to identify and to measure the different traits of green patterns. Okay, and the paper is really well written, and there's lots of data work, as you can tell, and it's very thorough empirical tests. In fact, the tables in the internet appendix are actually far exceeds the tables in the main text. All right. And the paper has been on many top conference programs and is already at advanced stage of the review process. So it's very difficult to discuss. So my advice is to pay attention to what editor and referee says. So most of my comments instead are probably quibbles and maybe suitable more for a potential follow-up project than the current paper. All right, so let me start with the first issues coming to my mind is that why can't we see the ESG scores capturing a green innovation by the energy firms, right? Now, the one easy, quick thoughts come to mind is that because these are bad measures, okay? Now, we know the ESG scores can be noisy in two aspects. One is that the construction of the scores largely rely on either monetary or voluntary disclosures. The issue here is that even you talk about the monetary disclosures, and there's a lack of standardization in the ESG reporting. As a result, the firm-level ESG reporting often falls into this repetitive boilerplate language. There are also challenges in terms of enforcement and assurance. As a result, it's very difficult to measure and compare ESG performance across firms. Okay, so there's actually some of the survey papers done by accounting professors highlighting these issues. Now, in the second dimension, there are recent concerns regarding the credibility and transparency of ESG ratings. In particular, there are significant discrepancies among ESG rating agencies, and there's also continuous ongoing data revisions by these ESG rating agencies. So the recent papers actually, caution the researchers, to use ESG scores to measure the firm's ESG performance. Okay. Now you kind of see some of the evidence in the paper along this line already. So, for example, this is actually the table 4. If you look at column 1. You see a negative loading on the coefficient associated with the number of green patents granted for a given sample firm. So what that tells you is that if you're the sample firm, doesn't matter whether you're in energy sector or not, if you produce more green patents, you actually receive lower environmental score. Okay, so you can interpret that results as simply saying, there's something wrong, with the ESG score, the measurement itself. Now, the problem here is that let's think about this ESG score itself. It could be a noisy measure that affects all industries, or it could be a bias measure that targeted to a specific sector. For example, in this case, targeting the energy sector only. Okay, so actually authors did very careful job. So in their internet appendix table A10, and they actually show that the energy sector is the only industry that both experience an average lower ESG score coupled with significant penalty for each additional green patent. Okay, now if you think about it, turns out the ESG score is discriminating against the energy sector firm. Now let's slide back a little bit. Think about this ESG rating discrimination thing. It is actually a bad thing ex post, right? So actually, I'm happy this is the second paper, and I'm echoing a lot with Kelly's paper's conclusion as well, right? So we know that the ESG ratings drive the fund flow from ESG investors. But if we're stepping back and think about it, it is socially optimal to match green investors with green firms instead of matching the green investors with brown firms, right? So we would actually want the green institutional investors to do something to help brown firms to transition into green. We don't want them to actually self-match with green firms, which actually don't need the green investors to motivate them to stay in green. Actually, there's some kind of, not besides Kelly's paper, there's actually some of the theoretical work start looking at this issue, right? So this is actually my former colleague at Indiana, they're basically showing that actually when green investors allocating funds to the green firms, there's a potential crowding out effect. The brown firms are unable to receive sufficient capital from the green investors, and as a result, they end up staying in the brown stage as well. So in this case, if you think about the current example, current finding, the fact that the top green innovators in the energy sectors are not receiving fund flow from ESG investors, that may not necessarily be a bad thing if you think about from the socially optimal perspective. Okay. Now let me go back to again this results that the energy sector received lower ESG rating and less fund flow from ESG investors, despite that the sector produced the most green innovators. Okay, now I look at it, the authors currently interpreting the finding in the following way. These energy firms are profit maximizing firms. Their goal is to be the global energy provider for long term. Doesn't matter what kind of energy source it could be, right? That's a very fair point, which I completely agree. But it kind of not explaining why we see a lower ESG rating regarding these top, green innovators. Okay, so it could be some kind of alternative explanations for both the low, ESG ratings as well as for the green innovations in this sector. Now, if you look actually, the question here is that, okay, who are these top green innovators in the energy sector? Actually, Laura actually showed that in the slides. But if you look at table 1, panel B, these are the top, green innovators coming from the energy sectors. They're mostly oil companies. Now, when I look at the oil companies, the first thing I think about coming in mind is actually these environmental incidents from the oil companies. So I just quickly pull out this very incomplete list of large oil spills from Wikipedia, okay, which covers roughly the sample period that Lauren studied in his paper, right? Now you can see here, all these top green innovators from energy sectors are also frequent names popping up in these large environmental incidents, okay? Now the question here is that, are we looking at the top green innovators in the energy sectors happen to be the past or current polluters? Okay, so then if you put that into perspective, okay, who are penalized by the ESG ratings? Are the green patents per se being penalized, or the green patent producing polluters being penalized in the lower in terms of low ESG ratings? Now,
1 minute. Sorry.
Okay. Now, this is where we actually want to link to this, see if the author want to think about linking the findings to the recent literature in terms of how firms react to the environmental incidents. And we know large environmental incidents generates regulatory actions and public sentiments, and there's actually the firm's profound reaction to it. Now, that could be these environmental incidents drive both low ESG ratings and motivating also the green innovations by these polluters to potentially cancel those negative impact and potentially boost ratings later. So my very last slides here. Once you put this link together, and actually it's possible to do a back of envelope calculation. We know the benefit of green patents by polluters. Would that be more than compensating the damages caused by their environmental incidents? Okay, and also you think about these frictions coming from the misalignment between socially and privately optimal investments. The polluters can harvest large monetary and non-pecuniary benefit from more green patents, but at the same time, the society potentially can still bear the negative externalities from their environmental incidents. Okay, now to conclude, this is a very interesting paper, had very novel findings, and offers a very detailed picture on how ESG ratings fail to capture green innovations by efforts by the firms. So all the best for the work. Thank you.
To the next paper, transition risk under capital misallocation, the development of solar panel plants in China, presented by Chuan Chu from Hong Kong UST. Chuan, you have 20 minutes.
So, okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks for having me. Good morning and evening. My name is Chu Zhuang. I'm the 5th year PhD student in Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. So this work is co-authored with my supervisor, Professor Jiao Cheng. And today we are going to discuss the transition risk on the capital misallocation. So like the previous two papers, we also investigated the capital allocation during the green transition. As the coin is focused on the innovation, we are more focused on the adoption efficiency of those innovations. So basically, we would like to see how is those renewable energy infrastructure deployed and what is the financial consequence and the implication for the broad economy. So to start with some motivation, the energy transition actually plays a key role in fighting against the climate change. As you can see in the following figure, the energy sector actually contributes to more than 70% of the global greenhouse emissions. The clean energy actually supports this transition to a low carbon economy. However, it requires a significant amount of capital. In 2023, the clean energy investment has reached 1.7 trillion globally. It has accounted for more than 60% in the total energy investment. Among all the renewable energy, the solar actually plays a major role. It represents 2/3 of the all new renewable electricity technology in 2022. Most of the energy investment actually is in China, EU, and the US. China alone installed 1/3 of the world's solar capacity. So this naturally brings to a question, are those solar power plants deployed efficiently, especially in China? So to evaluate this efficiency, let's look at the spatial allocation of the SPP in China and the US. In the following tables, we aggregated the total capacity of the solar power plants by the solar radiation intensities group. In the left-hand side of this figure is the case for China. You can see disproportionately a fraction of the solar power plants is deployed in area of the lower solar radiation. Well, on the right-hand side, the US case, most of the solar power plants is concentrated in the area of the higher solar radiation. So if we compare this group 5 and group 1, the solar radiation intensity of group 5 is around 3 times than that of the group 1. This means that if we build 2 solar power plants with the same technology in those 2 areas, the solar power plants in the first area will generate electricity almost for sure less efficiently. So these figures suggest that there is a spatial misallocation of SPP in China, and more importantly, raise the economic concern. So the main research questions we investigated today is that the larger scale clean energy deployment improve or hinder economic growth, and why? We will focus on 3 aspects. First, we will focus on the centralized SPP deployment in China instead of the distributed one, like the one in our roof. And we will also focus on the impacts on the aggregate economy and the firms. And we will also speak to the economic drivers behind this. However, the answer to these questions in the current literature is not conclusive. First, the energy economics literature tells us that energy is a crucial input for production. So on the one hand, SPP deployment can be regarded as a positive supply shock. On the other hand, since the renewable energy like the solar are unstable and are relatively costly, so this effect could be negative. Then SPP deployment could crowd out resources. For example, it may drive up the local wages, limited the credit and investment that could have been available for other industries. One special feature of the SPP is that it requires a lot of land. So the land occupied by SPP may also limit the availability of land to other firms. The building decision of SPP actually could reflect the local environmental attitudes and are driven by the political incentives. So therefore, ex ante, we do not have a clear prediction about the economic impact of the SPP. We empirically evaluate these questions from two levels. At the aggregate level, the city level, first we find the overall SPP has negative impacts. We find that the SPP deployment leads to 0.8 to 1.8% decrease in the local GDP growth rate. It exacerbated the capital misallocation. And at the firm level data, we find that SPP deployment will increase the financing cost, decrease the corporate debt financing and the investment for other firms. What's more, we find that most of the negative impacts is focused on the private firm and firms depending more on external financing and more productive firms. There's also a strong effect in cities where the local government are more financially constrained. So all those findings are points to the main mechanism of this paper, which is the capital misallocation. So as we know, the capital misallocation are usually caused by the financial frictions and the policy distortions, both of which are very significant in China. And therefore, it will lead to productivity loss. In our paper, the spatial misallocation of the solar power plants is one type of the capital misallocation. And since the SPP is capital intensive, it will make less land available to other sectors and therefore hurts the local economy under the capital misallocation. Here comes to our data part.
Right.
Our sample period spans from 2003 to 2020. We collect the solar power plants data from the Bloomberg NEF, which we believe we are among the first to use this data to conduct academic research. Then we collect the solar radiation and the GIS data from the solar GIS of the World Bank. And we also collect the city level data from the Urban Statistics Yearbook, and the firm level data are collected from the annual survey of industry firms. To conduct our mechanism studies, we also collect the land supply and price, the local government debt, politicians' profile, environmental punishment, and the local attitudes towards the environmental protection. So next to our what determines the SPP deployment. Remember previously we find there is a spatial misallocation in China. So this implies besides the solar radiation, there must be other factors affecting the building decision of SPP. So the first group of variables we check is the economic factors. So on the one hand, the SPP could be built in developed areas where the electricity demand is very high. On the other hand, we can also find, SPP could also be built in less developed area for the poverty lifting purpose. So, however, empirically, we find that most of the economic factors like the local GDP growth rate cannot significantly predict the building decisions. As all expected, the local solar radiation and SPP development in the neighborhood cities is the strongest factors. Those two factors positively predict the SPP deployment. We find minor evidence on other factors like the local solar manufacture capacity and the later turn of local politicians are positively related to SPP. In the later section, we will show you that building solar power plants can increase promotion probability of the local government officials. Then let's come to the impacts of the SPP deployment. To study these impacts of SPP deployment, our empirical strategy explores the variation in the location and the timing of the building SPP. Y is the economic outcome variable in CDC and in year T, and a dummy variable equals to 1 if CDC has a SPP in year T. We control for the local social economic conditions, and we add the city fixed effect, and either year or province by year fixed effect. So this province by year fixed effect helps us to control for the unobservable factors like the local carbon trading markets. Next, come to our results. So we find first, SPP deployment hurts the local GDP growth rate. It decreased GDP growth rate by 0.8 to 1.8%. This result is robust when we control different control variables and with different fixed effect. So when we divided the GDP growth rate by sectors, we find most of the effect is concentrated on the secondary sector instead of the primary one and the service sector. So to further check whether our result is mainly driven by the presence of one solar power plant or by the total capacity, we consider the extensive margin. First, we use the continuous treatment variable like the capacity, building costs. We consider the absolute and the relative measure, and also we consider the newly built and cumulative capacities. In all those cases, we find the more SPP built, the lower the local GDP growth rate is. Then we also divided the treatment into 3 groups based on the extent of the treatment, and we find the similar results. Therefore, our results is robust to the extensive margin. So to further provide some causal evidence, we adopted 3 identification strategies, including stacked DID, neighborhood city pair DID, and use the instrument variable using the variation of the solar radiation in different cities. We find the similar results as our previous specifications. So then next come to the mechanism. So the first possible mechanism is the capital misallocation. We follow Lucas-Schmidt construct the capital misallocation as the range of 19th and 20th percentile of the expected MPK. We find the MPK dispersion actually increases after SPP deployment. Then we compare the financial constrained and unconstrained cities. So basically, the SPP projects are usually financed by the government and the private jointly. So if the local government facing the financial constraint and investing a lot in the SPP, they will give less support to other projects. So conceptually, we expect to see that the less financial constrained firm face less negative impact on the SPP. So our empirical results supporting this hypothesis. So to further test the crowding out hypothesis, we use the firm level data. We estimate the impacts of SPP on the corporate investment, debt financing, and financing cost. So first we expect to see that other firms are underfinanced and facing higher financing costs due to the large capital taken by SPPs. And we also expect to see differentiated impacts on different firms like the SOEs and private firms, and firms depending more or less on external financing and more or less productive firms. So here is the results. First, let's focus on the first column. Following the SPP deployment, the investment of the other firms will decrease for around 14%, and the financing cost growth rate will increase for 10%. Although we find that the debt financing will decrease, however, the result is not significant. We find that those negative impacts are focused on the private firms, and the firms rely more on external financing. Then, to check the distribution effect, we further differentiated the high productive and low productive firms. So suppose we have to reduce the capital allocated to the existing firm. It is better for us to reduce the capital allocated to the low productive firm compared to the high productive one. This is because from the social planner's perspective, it can minimize the negative impact of the crowding out. However, we find on average, the more productive firms are actually more negatively affected by the SPP. So this is the direct evidence that the SPP deployment will further distort the capital misallocation. And we also test the alternative channels. First, we come to the electricity market. So the on-grid price of the solar electricity is usually higher than other resources. So therefore, it will increase the cost for the corporate and the household, which further hurts the local economic growth. So we tested this by check whether the electricity consumption growth will decrease after SPP deployment. We consider 3 cases. First is the total industrial and residential electricity consumption. However, we do not find any supporting evidence in all three cases. So these findings may be due to the fact that currently solar only consists of 4.9% of electricity in China. Then the SPP deployment may crowd out the land supply to the other industry. So we test this by checking whether the land supply to the non-solar industry decreases and the land price increases. First, as for the land supply, we find the minor evidence. The land supply for the non-solar firms actually decreases, but not significantly. However, we do find that the land supply to the solar power industries increase a lot. As for the land price, we find the contradictory evidence. The land price decrease instead of increase. This might be due to the fact that the land for industry usage in China is directly allocated by the government with a specific price. So therefore, this non-market-based measure is not good proxy for the true land cost. Then we go to the local environmental attitudes. So basically, the SPP deployment can reflect the local environmental attitudes. The regions with more SPP may impose a stringent environmental policy, which raises a higher environmental cost for the firms and therefore negatively affected the local economy. We test this by check whether the environmental prosecution increases after the SPP deployment. First, we find that the number and the value of punishment do increases after the SPP deployment. However, when we normalize by the local GDP and the city budget revenue, these effects disappear. So this lack of economic magnitude suggests that these channels cannot explain our previous findings. So finally, we come to other reason to build the SPP. So in China, the city secretary is the top ranking politicians in the city and are always in charge of the investment decision. And their promotions are usually depends on two KPIs. One is the local GDP growth rate, and the other is the environmental protection. Since the President Xi's administration, the second one is becoming more and more important. So building the solar power plants actually has two impacts. First, it can increase the local environmental image. On the other hand, as we showed before, it hurts the local economy. We expect to see a strategically building solar power plant taken by the local governments. So especially if we build more in the later years. So the following table supports this hypothesis. In the first column, we show that building solar power plants can increase the probability of promotion of the city secretary, and most of the effect is driven by the SPP deployed during the later 2 years. And we also plot the building patterns over a city secretary's tenure, and we find that the city secretary do build more SPP during the later years of the tenure. So in this way, the city secretary can, on the one hand, enjoy the benefits of good environmental image. On the other hand, they avoid the cost of negative economic impacts. So here is the takeaway of today's presentation. First, SPP deployment is capital intensive and often distorted by the financial and political frictions. And it hurts the local economy in China due to the capital misallocation. And we also find SPP deployment crowds out the capital available to other private firms and firms depending more on external financing. The negative impact are more pronounced among productive firms, which implies the SPP deployment will further distort capital misallocation, capital allocation efficiency. So our results highlights the financial consequence of the transition risk on the capital misallocation. So that's all for today's presentation. Thank you. Your comments and questions are welcome.
Thank you very much, Zhuang. The discussant is Hao Liang of Singapore Management University. Hao, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks for inviting me. Share my slides. I hope everybody can hear me, also see my slides.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for inviting me for this online conference, and pleasure to read Zhuang and Zhang Hui's paper on transition risk. I'm Hao from SMU in Singapore. So first, just to give a very a quick summary of the paper. This paper basically investigates what's the impact of solar power plants, SPP, deployment on local economic activities, in particular local economic growth in China. And the data are from Bloomberg NEF. This is the first time I got to know this database. I think that's quite interesting database. So the paper basically finds there are more SPPs built in regions with less solar radiations. If you like, this is like the first stage results. And then they also find city level SPP deployment is negatively correlated with GDP growth, especially when local governments is more financially constrained. So the story behind these results that the author try to push is that SPP deployment is policy driven, which can lead to macro level capital misallocation by crowding out capital available for firms and projects that are more hungry for such and impeding local economic development. Supporting this story, they further find firms face decreases in investment and total debt and the increases in their financing costs. And this echoes their title. This is a transition risk under capital allocation. So basically, these results highlight transition risks as we discussed. Usually we discuss this issue at the firm level, but this can also happen at the regional level. So just want to provide an overall assessment. I think it's a very important topic, how transition risk plays out at the regional level and how it affects policy trade-off. For those of you who are not so familiar with transition risk, when you think about climate-related risk, you have physical risk. So your buildings are flooded, your productions are affected by extreme weathers. These are physical risk. Transition risk is the risk related to the process of adjustment towards low carbon economy. After Paris Agreement, all countries commit for carbon neutrality, net zero. So that implies a lot of change in the energy use from fossil fuel to renewable energy, reduction in carbon emissions, etc. So there are policies, there are laws, so that constitutes policy and legal transition risk for firms. Adoption of renewable energy, new technology incurs cost for the firms that heavily rely on fossil fuel, so that's technology risk. Transition risk also implies firms that pollute, emit a lot will be less popular among investors, so their valuation will also drop. So that's market risk and reputation risk. So the authors utilize not just the Bloomberg NEF data, but also many other interesting data sets, and the whole setting is also a very fruitful setting to study a lot of phenomena, and empirical analysis are well executed. Upon first reading the paper, I got a little bit confused about the direction of this study, because currently the policy debates mostly take transition risk as given. So that is, we know there is a transition risk. We know renewable energy adoption could hurt the economy, and we know it won't be business as usual. And then we focus on how business could hedge against this risk. So this is what we already discussed when think about transition risk. This paper takes a different direction. Basically, they argue politically incentivized capital misallocation can affect transition risk. So in other words, transition risk is not provided as given. It's actually the outcome variable. So besides this directional issue, and there are a lot of results in the paper, I only have 10 minutes. I will focus on basically 3 points. First, how to interpret the results. Second, I want to comment a little bit on the author's effort in addressing endogeneity issues. And finally, I will talk about welfare implications. By the way, there are some typos. SPP sometimes is written as SSP, given this is the key word for the paper. I think this can be quickly fixed. First, let me talk about alternative interpretation. To me, it is quite surprising to see that SPP deployment alone can have such a significant effect to slow down local GDP growth, because it's only one of the many capital expenditures firms and by cities. And from city politicians' perspective, they have so much spent. They have probably tens of thousands of items in their plate, and SPP alone would have such big effect. That is quite surprising to me. If we were to believe indeed SPP deployment have such big impacts, we probably need to compare the amount of SPP investment with the economic magnitude of GDP increase, just as a sanity check, or SPP investment amount with some other major capital expenditure at the city level. So these big effects make me think whether the results can be interpreted in different ways. For example, it could be a policy drive. Some cities, they have more SPP deployment because this is designed by the government. It's on purpose. So it's part of the national strategy. For example, Suzhou Industrial Park is a national level collaboration between Singapore and China, and basically to promote renewable energy. Why Suzhou is chosen? That's a political reason rather than due to its nature endowment. Or the city has more major solar photovoltaic suppliers, and those cities also happen to have slower GDP growth. So it's probably a result of purposely designed policy. It could also be local environmental attitudes, and the authors are aware of this. So they try to capture local environmental attitudes using environmental punishment. However, to me, environmental punishment is the result of local environmental attitudes. They are very different things. And punishment is really done on those terrible firms, those brown firms. And it doesn't imply that there are more green firms, green projects, renewable energy deployment in the city. So I find this attempt ruling out this alternative explanation not fully convincing. My second comment is on how to address endogeneity issues. So given there are possible alternative explanations, endogeneity is a big issue, and authors are aware of this. They try to address the issue using stacked DID, neighborhood city pair DID, basically comparing the city with SPP deployment with the city just next door. But this DID, they don't really have an exogenous variation in how you assign SPP to certain cities. They're just matching process. So in order to bring more exogenous variation, the authors use IV, which is solar radiation in the region. To me, I think the exclusion restriction is likely violated. Solar radiation is likely related to local economic development directly. The authors make an argument that the analysis are mainly focused on secondary sectors, manufacturing firms, so this concern is partially attenuated, and I find this argument unconvincing because these sectors can still be directly affected by climate, by weather, by transport, which are further related to their economic development. Actually, to me, I think this IV will not be valid because if you want to argue this IV meets the relevance condition, I think it's almost certain that the exclusion condition will be violated. So to me, they are unlikely to be satisfied at the same time. I think the authors need more tests to justify the validity of this IV, or find alternative IV, or try to explore other exogenous shocks to SPP deployment. I try to think about a suggestion, shock, but I haven't found that. So if later on something comes to mind, I can discuss with the authors further. So my last comment is on the welfare analysis. That is, the authors find SPP deployment is negatively correlated with GDP growth. And my question is whether we should expect they are positively correlated. It could simply be a trade-off that is hardwired in policies. Nowadays, we talk about we can sacrifice GDP growth a little bit in exchange for greater environment. In China, that's what many people call high quality growth. And this is also what politicians, they are incentivized for nowadays. So basically, it's a trade-off between whether you want to have more monetary value created, or whether you have greater environment for the whole public. And it's very hard to say whether this is a capital misallocation if we go for a greater environment, because it's very hard to measure misallocation from the welfare perspective. It's very hard to put a monetary value, a dollar value, on the improvements of the environment and directly compare with the GDP growth. And from my own observation, I think this choice is actually deliberate. It's not an unintended consequence due to capital misallocation. So this is still a transition risk, but then it's unclear what the overall welfare effect is for this transition risk. The transition risk is for business, but it may not be for the society at large. So since SAIF is involved, I want to show some quotes by top Chinese leaders. It's in Chinese, and for those who don't read Chinese, I translate into English. That's called lucid waters and large mountains. They are invaluable assets. So they are also assets. They can be used to replace GDP growth. So that's all for my comments. Again, interesting paper, and happy to discuss more with the authors offline. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Hongling Sun from Tsinghua University School of Economics and Management, and it's my great honor to be here and present my paper co-authored with Professor Feng Dong from Tsinghua SEM and Yandong Jia from the People's Bank of China. Our paper's title is Carbon Bubble, Stranded Assets, and the Path of Carbon Emission Reduction. As it's well known that peaking the carbon emission and the carbon neutrality are two important issues in the world today, and the countries are facing the challenges of low carbon transformation and sustainable development. After the signing of the Paris Agreement, many countries have issued their own emission reduction targets. By the end of 2023, over 100 countries have announced carbon neutrality goals. The US and EU has respectively announced their targets, and in 2020, China announced that it aims to peak its carbon dioxide emission before 2030, and will strive to achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. So, to achieve the emission reduction targets, we can usually adopt some price-based policies such as the carbon taxes, industrial policies, and financial policies. So how to identify the effectiveness of these policies and how to achieve carbon emission targets through these policies. So to answer this question, we need to understand the impact of climate policies and understand the role of fossil fuels in the business cycle. We also need to understand the changes in the firms and household behavior, the relationship between the climate policies and other macro variables. However, researches on these issues still have some limitations. Firstly, now many discussions in this field still focus on the short-term impacts of the short-term impacts of different carbon reduction policies, while there are limited research on the steady-state changes and the analysis on the transition paths. Secondly, the mismatch of resources within the industry caused by carbon reduction policies has not been fully considered, and the impact of policies may be underestimated. Thirdly, there is insufficient analysis of the impact of financial constraints and the risk of stranded assets during the carbon emission reduction path. We believe that the analysis of carbon bubble and stranded assets can be a starting point for discussing carbon reduction policy and the corresponding transition paths, and a way to link carbon reduction policies with the macroeconomic behavior, resource allocation, and financial constraints. Carbon bubble usually refers to the overestimation of fossil fuel-related assets. This phenomenon may lead to excess investment in these resources, which look like a bubble. We define the decline in the value of fossil fuel reserves caused by the emission reduction policy changes as a break of the or burst of the carbon bubble. Stranded assets usually refer to assets that in order to achieve transition to a low carbon economy, fossil fuel reserves and related assets are unexpectedly reduced, depreciated, or converted into liabilities before the end of their useful lives. So, as we know that fossil fuel reserves are important assets for energy firms, which will greatly affect their production, investment, financing decisions, and the firm valuation. Fossil fuel reserves are highly susceptible to the impact of carbon reduction policies, and especially in an environment that includes financial frictions. We believe that the emission reduction policy will reduce the value of fossil fuel reserves, weaken the financing space for the energy firms, and may lead to a greater output and welfare loss through a financial acceleration effect. So in this paper, we construct a general equilibrium model that includes the fossil fuel sector, and the main features of our model are as follows. Firstly, we have introduced two parts in the energy sector in our model. The first one is a fossil fuel extraction sector, and the second one is an energy production sector. Secondly, there is heterogeneity in investment efficiency among the energy production firms, reflecting the efficiency differences and the resource mismatch within the energy sector. So thirdly, energy production firms are facing financing constraints and can obtain finance by mortgaging their fossil fuel assets. And based on our model, we can study the effect of three types of carbon reduction policies: financial policy, industrial policy, and the tax policies. So in our model, the energy production process is shown in the current slides. First, the fossil fuel extraction firms will use labor and technology to produce fossil fuel products and sell them to the energy firm as a fossil fuel reserve. Energy production firm use labor and fossil fuel reserves to produce energy products and provide them to the final production sector, and the final production sector use energy, capital, and labor to produce the final product output. In the model, the energy production firms will also make investment decisions for the accumulation of fossil fuel reserves, and different firms have different efficiency in accumulating these fossil fuel reserves, and this is proxied by a different and at the same time, the energy firms should use their firm value as collateral for financing. So under this setting up, emission reduction policies may affect the energy firms' borrowing behavior and change the resource allocation within the energy sector. As mentioned above, there are three kinds of emission reduction policies in our model. The financial policy involves changes in the loan-to-value ratio for the energy firms. The decrease in the loan-to-value ratio will weaken the financing ability of energy firms, and this will lead to a decrease in the investment demand for fossil fuel reserves and a decrease in the value of fossil fuel assets. The industrial policy involves changes in the depreciation rate of fossil fuel reserves. And in terms of tax policies, we will discuss the taxation on the purchase of fossil fuel, the purchase of the fossil fuel products, purchase of energy products, and tax on the income of the energy production sector. So we find that, firstly, financial and industrial policies will increase the resource mismatch within the energy sector, reduce the overall investment efficiency, and lead to greater asset stranding. But price policies such as taxation have a much smaller impact on the resource misallocation. Secondly, resource investment taxes and financial policies have relatively small emission reduction space, while industrial policies and the energy tax may have a much larger policy space. Thirdly, financial policy and industrial policies will lead to a decrease in both steady state and dynamic social welfare especially for the industrial policies. And fourthly, finally, we can calculate the size of the carbon bubble corresponds to different kinds of emission reduction policies, and we find that the carbon bubble caused by the energy tax or energy enterprise tax is the smallest, because these price policies will not affect the within sector resource allocation. So we also conducted a simple simulation for different policies under the same emission reduction effect. So this table presents the result of different simulation under the condition of reducing total emission by 10%. The numerical results also indicate that financial and industrial policies have significant welfare losses, while tax policies may generate relatively higher welfare benefits, except for the energy investment tax. Now I will introduce the structure of our theoretical model. So there's one representative household in the economy that supplies labor inelastically and holds all firm stock and maximize her lifetime utility. So here the STI denotes the share holding of the households, and VTI denotes the value of the firms or the stock price. So in our model, the production sector has a three-layer structure. So first, the extraction sector will use labor to extract fossil fuel and sell them to the energy production sector. The energy production sector combines labor and fossil fuel stock to produce energy, and the final sector uses the labor, energy, and capital to produce final output. There are a series of heterogeneous energy firms in the energy production sector, which uses fossil fuel reserves and labor to produce energy products. Different energy firms have different utilization rates of natural resources of the fossil fuel products, which means that different firms will have a different investment efficiency epsilon Ti, shown in the second equation on this slide. From the slide. So given the total operation revenue, an energy firm should choose borrowing and fossil fuel investment to maximize the discounted value of its dividend flows for the representative household. And when borrowing, the firm is faced with a borrowing constraint with respect to its firm value, and the maximum loan-to-value ratio is given by mu. The final production sector consists of some competitive homogeneous firms which combine labor, capital, and energy to produce final output. And the final production sector buys capital goods from the capital production sector to accumulate capital. And its objective is to maximize the discounted value of the profit flow for the households. So the energy firm may generate emission when they produce energy, and the emission will increase the total pollution ST in our model, and the pollution will generate a negative externality and reduce the final sector's productivity. Here we follow the literature and assume that the negative externality takes an exponential functional form, and we can use other functional forms of the externality, and the main results remain unchanged. So note that one of the key features in our model is the heterogeneity of the energy firms. So it's important to solve for the investment and borrowing decisions of energy firms. We can show that the investment decision of the energy firms follows a threshold strategy, which means that a firm will choose to invest if and only if its revenue from investment is higher than the cost, which in our model this means that its own investment efficiency epsilon Ti is higher than a cutoff efficiency epsilon T star. What's more, once a company makes the decision to invest, it will make use of all the available resources, That is, it will not pay any dividends and borrow as much as possible. And then using the steady state system, we can solve for the cutoff efficiency in the steady state, which is given by the equation on the current slide. Generally speaking, this equation says that the cost and benefit of investment are the same for the marginal firm. An important implication from this equation is that the steady state investment efficiency or the within sector resource allocation is not affected by the price system. This implies that the price policies, like the taxes, will not affect the cutoff efficiency in the steady state, thus will not generate additional distortions. Furthermore, we can investigate the energy pricing equations and the potential impact of the production externality. In a competitive equilibrium, the energy price just equals the marginal productivity of energy for the final production sector. However, when the production externality is taken into account, there is an additional red term on the slide which represents the negative externality generated by the energy usage, and this will lead to a lower energy price in the steady state. So now I will show some quantitative results of our paper. Most of the parameters in our model takes the standard value or chooses from the literature, and we calibrate other parameters to match the energy consumption and the extraction sector output in China. We first consider the impact of changes in the credit constraint mu, and the results are shown in the current slide. It can be seen that tightening financing constraints can effectively reduce carbon emissions, but the policy space is relatively small because mu must be non-negative. What's more, a lower mu will lead to lower investment and production, and this will in turn lead to lower steady-state consumption of the representative household. At the same time, tightening finance.
Honey, you have about 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, I will speed up. At the same time, we can see that the tightening financing constraints have decreased, will in turn lead to a decrease in the price of fossil fuel products and causing the strengthening of the carbon assets and the energy prices. So here, so in this slide, we can show the results of the industrial policies, which is denoted by an increase in the depreciation rate of the fossil fuel reserves, and we can see that the main results are quite similar. So to directly compare different policies, we show the steady-state consumption effect and the size of the carbon bubble under different scales of emission reduction. We can see that firstly, the financial policy and the investment tax have relatively small policy space, and in terms of the steady-state welfare, when we use the energy tax or the energy firm tax, since it will not introduce additional distortion. So using taxes may lead to an inverse U-shaped may generate an inverse U-shaped steady-state welfare effect and may lead to higher social welfare. So now we can turn to some dynamic analysis. Based on our model, we can calculate the transition path for a 10% total emission reduction, and the transition path are shown in the current slide. And here we can also calculate the dynamic welfare effect based on the transition path we have calculated before, and the main results are quite the same. So to sum up, we compare the static and the dynamic welfare effect of different environmental regulation policies. And generally speaking, we find that using energy tax or energy firm tax will not introduce new distortion and generate larger welfare effect and a smaller carbon bubble. So to briefly sum up, in this paper, we set up a multi-sector general equilibrium model with heterogeneous energy firms making fossil fuel stock accumulation decisions. In our model, different policy regulations will affect energy firms' investment decision, thus affect the value of the fossil fuel stock, which is also known as the carbon bubble. based on our model, we studied the effects of different types of environmental policies, and we find that taxing the energy sector firms will have a relatively large emission reduction capacity and will generate the highest welfare effect and the smallest carbon bubble. And this is because taxation will not affect the steady state within sector allocation and can reduce the production externality at the same time. And note that in our model, we calculate the effect of different policies given the emission reduction target, and the target is, and an interesting issue to further investigate is that how to choose this emission reduction target, and will this target be affected by the policy tools chosen? So that's all for this paper, and thank you all for listening.
Honey, thanks. The timing is perfect. The discussant for this paper is James Bushnell from UC Davis. James, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for allowing me to participate here. I am not a finance guy and I'm not a DGE guy, so I'm going to be presenting some thoughts from the perspective of the energy and environmental economics community. This is, we've already heard this earlier. This is a timely topic. There was just news out of the IEA forecasting that there's going to be surplus oil by 2030. OPEC is disputing that. They're maybe not objective bystanders of that, but there is debates and already in the news sort of talk about how climate policies are going to affect the future of fossil fuels markets. And we already heard about the ESG stuff. There's ongoing debates in US campaigns about divestiture from fossil fuels. And other types of capital directed policies that are supposed to limit capital in some way. And so this paper kind of gets at those elements from a macro perspective. I think of it as asking basically, how do these three sets of climate policies affect the macro levels of the transition here, where, as we heard, there's broadly sort of capital controls considered, industrial policy and taxation, where we heard there's sort of energy taxes, investment taxes. Interestingly enough, I don't think the words carbon tax appears anywhere. And I think there may be an equivalence in terms of the way the model's set up there, but just thought that was sort of interesting. And the key outcomes of interest that they're sort of the focus here are what happens to total consumption and the dynamic trajectory of that, but also this sort of focus on the size of the carbon bubble, which is a term I hadn't heard before I was asked to discuss this paper. So I spent an inordinate amount of time philosophizing over the meaning of bubbles and stranded assets over the last couple of weeks. I'm going to spend a little thought about that before I get into the details of the model. But basically, one thing to think about here is that, as I understand it, the term stranded assets, or the assets that get stranded here, are fossil fuels. And in a sense, the carbon bubble is sort of the size of the overvaluation of those fossil fuels. And so basically the stranding that's happening is the reduction in the value of fossil fuels, which is, I guess, the reduction in the size of the bubble. Sometimes I get confused whether the bubble gets bigger or smaller here. And also, stranded assets, I'm pretty sure, are bad. And I think bubbles are also, I couldn't quite get whether bubbles are bad or good here. But the general idea here is what's going to happen to the size of this fossil fuel valuation, and what is the sort of spillover effect to the rest of the economy. But that really got me thinking about sort of what is the way to approach the topic of stranded assets, which is something I've dealt with a lot in the energy sector, but in a very sort of different way. So as we heard, it's capital that's been devalued. Okay, but a lot of capital gets devalued all the time. Are we talking about some specific policy intervention? It can also happen just from technological innovation to get stranded assets. And I do think, my mental image of stranded assets in the energy industry is sort of gas stations or refineries with vines over, big rusting machines that somebody spent a lot of money building and had to retire early and is no longer going to use. So kind of wasted capital that's rusting away someplace. I think the paper's image, literally, if I try to distill kind of the different levels here, is sort of a stockpile of fossil fuels. It might be fossil fuels in the ground. That's sort of an interesting way to try to think about the difference there, because are fossil fuels that are still in the ground, should we think of them as stranded assets, or are they stranded in the same way that rusting sort of facilities might be stranded? Because in a sense, the money spent to buy reserves is just a transfer. And if the value of those reserves go down, somebody, is bummed about that, but somebody sold them that. And what are the spillover effects? Again, I'm not a finance guy, so how to understand this is still something that's a bit beyond me. But however, the model is sort of skirting this question of, is it the fossil fuels that are assets, or is it perhaps the infrastructure that we invest to pull the assets out of the ground? And I think some clarity and maybe some refining of the model to try to bring that out would be helpful. Okay, and then that's stranded assets. What about bubbles? So bubbles are basically the value of the fossil fuels. And if they're overvalued, that means as we kind of direct policies that reduce demand for fossil fuels, we're going to reduce the size of this bubble. And that is basically the amount of stranding that happens. Is this good or bad? Well, what if the pre-stranded valuation was inefficiently high? And I wasn't quite clear what the author's perspective of sort of what the appropriate number is as to whether the sort of pre or post should be. Because I can certainly think of, when I think of bubbles, I think of Bitcoin. And when we close Silk Road, there's sort of a big claim, or meme stocks, those sorts of things. And is reducing those bubbles a good or bad thing? Maybe the finance world and the other parts of the world have different views about sort of exactly whether there's kind of usefully deployed capital or sort of magic electronic capital that's being affected here. So, of course, what seems to be key, and we've already heard a couple papers kind of approaching this topic, is it's the transition dynamics to deal with a rapid depreciation of some of these assets and how quickly the economy can adjust to these changes. And the paper tries to get at this, but it has a very stylized mechanism for trying to do that I'm going to talk about next. Okay, so the model, as we heard, has three sectors. There's an energy extraction sector. There's an energy production sector. As an energy guy, I like to see 2/3 of the economy as energy sectors here. And then there's the other, everything else that basically is consuming energy. And that's sort of where the final consumption and other kind of payoffs are happening. In the model, basically, as I understand it, capital limits the impact. It impacts the ability of energy producers to be able to stockpile fossil fuels that they then convert into energy resources. So they're using capital to basically buy fossil fuels. And when we restrict their liquidity, basically, they can buy less fossil fuels, at least dynamically over time. And so as this constraint tightens, the less efficient firms that are converting fuels to energy drop out because they can't afford to participate anymore. And that's sort of the mechanism in which resources get reduced.
James, you have about 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. So some quick comments on modeling. When I think of the energy industries, I think of them capital intensive, significant economies of scale. That's how we get the rusty machines laying around here. If not natural monopolies, certainly significant economies of scale. But as I understand it in the model, the production functions are like the energy production sector as constant returns to scale, which might seem odd, except there's no capital in the production of energy products. It's basically taking fuel and labor into a Cobb-Douglas function. And so capital is playing a very special role here. And certainly, I think an alternative the authors might want to think about is the ability to deploy capital to make clean energy, or to make capital, in essence, a more direct substitute for fossil fuels, rather than kind of working through this heterogeneity that's kind of exogenously bestowed on firms. Because I think the idea, I'm not a fan of capital controls, but I believe the idea behind them is we're going to sort of take capital away from the dirty enterprises and direct it towards more clean sorts of enterprises. And then, as we heard earlier, actually, in the patent sort of papers, fossil fuels companies even can use capital to develop green technologies too. So whether we want to starve them of capital, there's another channel there that could be considered. The dynamics, I already talked a little bit about stranded assets, long lives, sunk cost of entry is a big concern here. And so when I think of the transition risks, they have to do with the early retirement of dirty capital, delays to the entry of clean capital, and how basically when we have uncertainty in the model, which this model doesn't, as I understand it, have a lot of that, then there's a reluctance to invest based upon this irreversible large commitment one has to make. And I think a little more of that flavor would be useful. It really does come down to, though, are the stranded assets we're really worried about, are they fossil fuels or are these rusting machines? And I don't really know the valuation of energy companies, sort of the distribution of those assets. In electricity, it's the rusting machine stuff. In petroleum, it wouldn't shock me if the reserves are the big source. I'll end with just a couple sort of triple E perspectives here. First of all, any energy resource class, it's supposedly fossil fuels are an exhaustible resource. Now, you could argue maybe they're not really because we keep finding more, but the hoteling model is one of the first things we always think about, what happens as you sort of deplete the resources. And that, as far as I understand it, isn't an element that's present here, and that can certainly cause big swings in energy price dynamics. And that sort of interacts with how climate policy might affect energy prices. So certainly there's been papers written about how if we decrease the future demand of fossil fuels, it's going to lower fossil fuel prices and create this rebound effect. And that's led to other papers sort of thinking about how we should buy up all the fossil fuels and basically force them to be stranded so somebody else can't burn them at lower prices. And then lastly, a missing element here that I think about a lot, and the authors could think about, is leakage and local concerns, because certainly different jurisdictions are deploying these policies not globally but locally. So if it's the United States or it's China or some other entity, they're going to each have their own specific interests on whose assets are getting stranded and whose they care about. So if you're Japan, you're maybe not so concerned about stranding Saudi Arabia's oil assets, for example. And maybe if you're someplace else, you're not worried about stranding Australia's coal reserves or something like that. Whereas your local rusting machines are things that are going to be directly impacting your local economy more. So how those sorts of interactions interplay would also be useful to see. All right, I've run a little over time, so I'll stop there and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for staying up late on the US side, and it's great to have the opportunity to present this paper at the meeting. This is actually the debut of this paper. It's co-authored with Yushan Xu, who is a PhD student at SAIF, and it's actually part of his dissertation. So if we have any detailed questions, he's in the audience, so I'll be able to address them. Oops, let me see. Okay. Well, actually, being the last one on the in the first part of the conference, I think the motivation for studying the practice against climate change is spoken very well. And I'm not going to spend much time to repeat most of that. The one thing that was mentioned earlier is that it takes both the public measures and the private investments to motivate companies to do well, to do good and to do well. And exactly what kind of public policies that should be implemented, and how these policies actually affecting the outcome of this practice is less studied. So in this paper, we tried to study the impact of China's green credit policy that was implemented in 2007, and try to systematically investigate how this green credit policy would actually affect the allocation of bank loans across and also among green and brown firms, and also their consequences on the economic and environmental outcome. So China's green credit policy was, as mentioned, implemented in July 2007. It was introduced by a few government agencies, including Environmental Protection Administration at that time, the People's Bank of China, and also China Banking Regulatory Commission, which is now changing to a different name. The goal is to try to use financial mechanisms, essentially banking resources, to bolster firms' environmental protection initiatives. And okay, the regulation essentially mandating commercial banks to channel funds into industries and firms that would do a lot of investments in reducing emission into the air, also polluting the environment, and also requires the commercial banks to factor in the firms that would borrow from them the compliance with environmental protection regulations, and that would be a prerequisite for loan approval. Of course, for the part of the green credit, financial institutions are explicitly banned from providing this green credit support to projects that would fail environmental audits. And the outcome, the first assessment in recent studies, the first assessment of these green credit policies seemed to indicate that it was effective in curbing debt financing to high polluting firms, and also motivated brown firms to increase their environmental investment to alleviate credit constraints. That seems to point to the bright side of these policies. But in this paper, we actually tried to evaluate systematically the efficiency of these policies in terms of credit allocation and also overall impact on the environmental and the economic outcome, to see exactly what kind of format or what kind of aspects of this policy would work more effectively. So our main finding, we have both empirical and theoretical contributions in this work. First, we established two stylized facts that would be interesting on its own, but also it would be useful for our modeling apparatus. And the first stylized fact is that we find the green firms' TFP, total factor productivity, shows a much stronger heterogeneity compared to brown firms. It could be that in order to become a green firm, later we're going to talk about how to classify green firms and brown firms. And in order to become more green, they have come different ways. They have come through their technology innovation, or they can come from their gradual improvement in their operations. So even though they are all classified as green firms, the path can be very different. So their TFP distribution can be also wider than brown firms. So that's one fact that we established. And second is that we find that there is a negative correlation between firm level TFP and emission they have made per unit of production. And that could be a pure correlation rather than causality, but it's a useful fact to have. And based on these two facts, actually, we build a model to evaluate these three types of green credit policies. One is to encourage a green credit expansion, to steer more funds into green firms. And second is to simply add a green, add an interest rate subsidy to green firms. And third is to punish the loans made to brown firms, punish banks that would make loans to brown firms using green credit, which is a leakage issue. And then the model actually yields following results. We find that the green credit expansion would reduce marginal capital return of green projects, as the less productive green projects may actually get financed. And in terms of green interest subsidies and the brown punishments, we find that they affect the probability of green and brown investments respectively, therefore improving the credit demand from highly productive green firms. That in turn is actually yield more positive results. We also examine the welfare implications of green credit policies by incorporating household sector, so to have a general equilibrium perspective, and also building a utility function that would be negatively affected by polluting emissions. So the empirical evidence that we have following the theoretical implications would include that the policies would make the average TFP of green firms fall more significantly compared to average TFPs of brown firms. We also find that post the policy shock, the green firms would receive more loans as expected, as brown firms would receive less. However, the concentration of the bank loans to green firms would, in high TFP, green firms will decrease. While for brown firms, we find that the loans made to brown firms are actually concentrated in high TFP firms. And in terms of emission, we find that actually the policy incentivizes brown firms more effectively than green firms, which is consistent with, consistent in some ways, but opposite in others, with the first paper presented by Kelly Xu, that the policies actually would do more for brown firms than green firms. We show that the transition matrix, the transition matrix between brown firms and green firms is that brown firms becomes greener more significantly, while green firms actually have more checkered patterns in terms of their greenness ranking migrations. All right, in terms of time, I only have 10 minutes left. So I'm going to first present the results. What this figure shows that the TFP heterogeneity for green firms is much wider than brown firms. And we have some tests to show that this difference is significant, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through that. And also, there's a very clear negative correlation between TFP and emission, and on this graph, and also empirical regression analysis is confirming that. Let me briefly describe the structure of a model, and then we'll just pick the important part to quickly discuss. The model is a discrete time production economy with infinite horizon, and the economy has a production sector, a banking sector, and a household sector. The production sector has green firms and brown firms, and we have we allow green firms to be heterogeneous in terms of TFPs, and the brown firms to be homogeneous in terms of TFP, to highlight the difference that we establish empirically. And these firms would borrow money, rent physical capital, rent physical capital or financial capital, and a higher labor to produce final goods. And but in the process, they would also pollute the economy by emissions. The banking sector would include banks that would decide, they would at each time be hit with one green firm, one brown firm, decide whether they would provide a loan or not. And if they provide a loan with a high return, then they would also try to see whether they will borrow from interbank to have more leverage. if they decide not to provide a loan, then they would lend money in the interbank to allow other banks to make the loans. Under green credit policy, banks are not allowed to invest in brown firms, but sometimes because investing in brown firms may have a higher return, so duty moral hazard problem, they might divert. They might have incentive to divert to invest in brown loans, but then there will come the punishment if they're discovered to do that. So the production economy, the green firms, we have a Douglas production economy, and also they have a emission function that would be proportional to their capital inputs. And brown firm has much simpler production function and emission function. In the interest of time, I'm not going to get into the details of that. And then we work on the investment strategies of the banking sector of each bank, and decide what the optimal actions that they would take, given all the constraints that we have in terms of borrowing constraints and also the potential punishment they would face in order if they divert funds to brown firms. And then we come to a equilibrium in which the returns on the investment into green firms would be proportional to the amount of the capital available to green firms, as well as the endogenously determined the threshold of the productivity that would receive loans from banks. These threshold, or what we call the cutoff, Z star, is the marginal productivity that of the firms that will receive the loans from banks, and that would be endogenously determined, as well as the leverage banks would employ in order to invest in this loan to maximize their returns. This leverage ratio lambda can also be endogenously determined. And in equilibrium, the financial market clearing would allow us to come to these solutions. Then the important results here is to show that this cutoff level of productivity that would receive bank loans is decreasing in CASI, which is size of the green capital available to make loans to green firms, and which essentially means that when you expand the green loan amount or have a green loan expansion, then the marginal productivity of the green firms receiving these loans will be decreased. That's one result that we have. But on the other hand, if you increase the green subsidy to these green firms, it actually, as you increase the subsidy, it will allow banks to invest more in high productivity firms by taking on more leverage. So the leverage ratio is also is also endogenous. And the third, if you increase the PSI, is the penalty to lending to brown firms. If you increase penalty to lending to brown firms, it also allows Z star to increase, hence increase the overall productivity of green funds. Then we show that under the three different regimes, one is a credit expansion, green credit expansion, one is green credit subsidies, and one is brown credit penalty. We show that the aggregate output is going to decrease in green credit expansion, but would increase with other policy variations. And also the emission is going to increase under green credit expansion and decrease with other two policy regimes. All right, when we increase the household sectors, 2 minutes.
Oh, you have about 2 minutes remaining.
All right, yeah, okay. When we include the household sectors, we can evaluate the general equilibrium consequence, especially to perform welfare analysis. In terms of in the interest of time, I'm going to skip that by simply pointing out that there's a variation in the welfare outcome of these policy implements. Then essentially from previous graph, we show that green credit expansion is going to reduce overall TFP or average TFP of the green sector or green firms. Then that would actually lead to misallocation of credit. And in this graph, we show that if we do a DID test, the graph shows the difference between the TFP of green firms and the brown firms. By the way, green firms are classified as the top third of in terms of emission, or lowest third in terms of emission of all firms, and the brown firms are among those in the top third of emissions of all firms. So in this graph, we show that the difference is pretty flat before the policy, and after policy, the difference dropped significantly for both type of emissions that we examined. And these are just another test to show the same effect. In the remaining half minute, I want to show this graph, which shows the loan allocation for the among green firms is more concentrated before in high TFP firms, but after policy implementation, it's actually spread out into low TFP. So the slope between the loan amount and the TFP among green firms is flatter after policy implementation, and this is actually switched for brown firms. So before it was flatter for brown firms, and after policy implementation, these brown firms would only the high TFP firms would receive funding. Okay, and the last results, I'm over time now. Last result to show the transition matrix between green firms and the brown firms, and essentially what it shows is that green firms actually has no more space to become greener. So sometimes they become browner, relatively speaking, because the overall level of greenness has increased over the years. So in terms of their ranking, they actually have, it decreased after policy. Since I'm over time, so I'm going to stop here, and looking forward to the discussion by Kai. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hong. The discussant is Kai Lee from Peking University. Kai, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for having me to discuss this very interesting paper, Green Credit, TFP Heterogeneity and Allocative Efficiency. As we see from our today's paper, in particular, Hasman and Shu's paper, right? So we recently have the debate about the effectiveness of current green finance instruments. For instance, like the first paper I cited here about the co-lending ban show that it is effective, while Kelly actually presented some empirical evidence which speaks otherwise. So this paper actually this is exactly the motivation of this paper. Try to study the allocative efficiency effect of the green credit policy. I think focusing on the allocative efficiency is exactly the right point to go. Why? Because remember Kelly presented evidence on the asymmetry in terms of impact elasticity for the green firms versus brown firms. Indeed, it shed some light in terms of recognizing the heterogeneity of the firm, as well as thinking about the allocative effect of the green finance policy is going to be the right way to go for us to tackle this question. And in particular, in this paper, the authors not only look at the effect across green and the brown firm group, but also more importantly, it also look at the bank loan allocation efficiency within the green firm group. So let me summarize the key findings. So this paper actually is a very solid and nice combination of both theory and empirical. For the theory part, it provides, it builds on Tong and Xu 2020 and build a model with excessive credit creation by frictional banking sector. And it will lead to two offsetting effect of like a positive shock to the green credit expansion. One is the traditional intensive margin by saying that if we have an increase in the credit expansion, it will raise the credit supply to the productive firm. But what is more important is the extensive margin, which is offsetting the positive effect. So in particular, in this model, we will find that actually as the credit expansion happens, the lending standard will lowers, and therefore some inefficient projects will also be financed, which lead to the allocative inefficiency. So this is a key point of this paper. And this paper also have an empirical part, essentially utilize a difference analysis of 2007's China green credit policy in order to study the empirical evidence which support the model. For instance, let me summarize. The paper finds that the green credit policy lowers the TFP and increases the TFP dispersion of green firms, which demonstrated the negative effect from the extensive margin. And also, the paper also shows that if we look at the sensitivity of the bank loan and the TFP, actually for the among the green firms, it also significantly reduced after the shock. This reflects that the bank loan allocative efficiency also reduced after the shock. In summarize, this paper actually have the key point: green credit policy may create allocative inefficiency due to the banking sector frictions. Now let me try to summarize my discussion plan. And my overall assessment is that this paper is a very creative thinking of allocative efficiency of the green credit policy. It combines solid theoretical analysis and theoretical guided empirical work. Here's my discussion plan. So I'm going to skip the key intuition of the allocative inefficiency because I think Hong has already did a very good job to explain the intuition. Rather, I'm going to directly jump into several main comments of mine. The first two comments are quick comments. First, I would like to think about how to understand the micro foundation of the frictions, because eventually it is these frictions who lead to the very intriguing and initially counterintuitive effect of expanding of the credit will lead to the negative effect for the economy. And then secondly, I would like to think about how shall we map the theory to the data better. Here, I would like to recommend the capital misallocation literature in order to provide some guidance. Lastly, which is the most important point that I would like to mention, is that I think there is one missing piece of this model, which is try to understand how the policy is going to change firms' behavior in terms of green versus dirty technological adoption, which is currently absent in the model. But I think it will greatly enrich the implication of the paper. Okay, so as I said, let me maybe because of the time limit, maybe ignore the model intuition part by directly go to the comment. Okay, so the assumption for the banking sector frictions that has been specified in this paper is that banks can divert a certain fraction of the interbank loans without repayment if these loans are eventually lent to the brown firms. My question is that what is the micro foundation for such asymmetry? Basically, this assumption assumes that if the bank borrows some interbank loans and then further lend it to the brown firms, they can divert. But if it lend to the green firms, they cannot divert. Okay, so that's why make me to think that maybe we need a little bit stronger justifications for this asymmetry, right? In Boise et al.'s paper, which is the previous literature that this paper built on, the point that they make is that they assume that projects in the low productivity sector or storage technology are not traceable and therefore cannot be seized by lenders. That's why we can make such a diversion assumption. But my question is that, is it true for brown firm here? So is there any strong reason to believe that for the brown firm, actually, it is easier for us to, it is more difficult for us to trace, and therefore it is easier for the banks to divert? So this is my first comment. And also, this comment is going to directly lead to the intriguing implication that in the credit expansion, right, leverage is going to reduce because of the incentive compatibility condition. Because in the credit expansion period, it is going to be corresponding to a lower risk-free rate. I think here we can also try to check, for instance, whether the leverage behavior of the bank is consistent with the data or not. And also, we would like to think about how much of these kind of allocative inefficiency predictions of the model critically depend on this very specific form of the setup of the frictions. So this is my first comment. My second comment is regarding to the mapping between theory and empirical. And what I would like to say is that this paper actually spent a lot of time to study how the TFP of the company is going to respond before and after the green credit policy, right? But what I'm thinking is that actually, if we talk about allocative efficiency channel, what our focal point of the Y variable should not be the TFP, because typically we consider TFP as the technological property of the company, right? Rather, what we would like to focus more by borrowing from the misallocation literature is that we would like to focus on the marginal product of capital, as well as the dispersion of the marginal product of capital within the green firm group. And also, the moment when we talk about the bank loan allocative efficiency, what we should care about is marginal product of loans or the marginal product of additional unit of financing and its dispersion across different firms within the group. So therefore, I suggest that the authors maybe can focus on these aspect of the data to further illustrate the model. Okay, so now I come to my last point, which is also the most important one. So what I'm trying to argue is that actually there is a very important missing piece in this paper. Okay, we would like to understand how the green credit allocations will change firms' decision versus green, between green versus dirty technology, while it is currently absent in this paper. Because in this paper, it makes a very simple assumption. The simple assumption is that high TFP firms are those firms who are having lower emission and therefore are the green firms. Therefore, there is like one-to-one bonding between high TFP and low emission. So in this case, then the credit allocations into the high TFP companies will automatically means credit allocations to the low emission companies, right? Which miss the very important endogenous decision of the green versus dirty as a result of the green credit allocations. As a matter of fact, I think in theory, it may not be that clear. Why? Because suppose we consider financial constraint, right? High productive firms could be those firms who are financially constrained, and therefore they can have, they are not necessary to be the low emission firms. Rather, they could have less resources to adopt the abatement. This is exactly Xu and Kim's paper. Okay, so
it's time to wrap up.
Okay, one more minute. So what I would like to mention is that actually consider the point that I made just now, as well as point made by Kelly this morning. I think it is going to be very important for us to incorporate this and think about the allocative efficiency of the green finance instruments for the wide variety of the green instruments. What I would like to mention is that actually I have some thoughts around this. So basically, my conjecture is that, yes.
Time is out.
Oh, 10 minutes. Okay, sorry. So
Yes.
let me summarize. So basically, I would like to argue that actually ex-post policy and ex-ante policy, for instance, green credit fall into the category of ex-ante policies, may have very different implications of the allocative efficiency of the green finance instrument, which is important to incorporate into this paper. So let me summarize. So basically, my major comments are lies into 3 points, which I have already introduced just now. Sorry for being a little bit delayed.
Thank you very much, Kai.
Thank you so much, Jim and Hong, for having our paper. This is joint work with Stefano Giglio, Stefano Pastore, my PhD student at NYU Stern, who is in the Zoom session, Johannes Strobel, and Joe Tan. Joe is going to be a PhD student soon at Yale with Stefano Giglio. So we started thinking about this topic in the light of some facts that seem to be emerging, even if anecdotally, in the energy sector, which is that while for the right reasons, we are trying to go after the global greenhouse gas emissions, which for most part are produced by the energy production sector. And we have this thought in mind that eventually progress in renewable energy and its storage will replace the fossil fuels. Along the transition path, some unexpected developments, or at least counterintuitive developments, seem to be taking place. One of which is that in spite of the clear risk that many of the fossil fuel assets will become stranded, these assets along the transition path do not seem to have experienced abnormally low returns, at least not uniformly so. In particular, if you've been looking at last couple of years, some of the oil majors have actually had record profits and correspondingly very attractive runs in the stock market. So we wanted to try and make sense of this confluence of sort of anecdotal facts, as I mentioned. And our key insight is that maybe we have to think differently about different types of climate transition risks, rather than lumping them all together as this risk along the path of the transition. In particular, we'll think about technological progress differently from, say, carbon taxes, as in the pioneering work of Daron Acemoglu, Philippe Eguion, and others. And then we'll think about what are the implications of these different transition risks for prices, investment, production, and valuations in the energy sector. And the key is to study both prices and the outcomes for these energy firms. And we'll provide some preliminary empirical evidence. There's very much still work in progress. So the structure of the paper is that we develop a two-period, I would say, relatively straightforward general equilibrium model. And I stress the term general equilibrium, which is just going to mean that we're going to endogenize energy prices. So it's not like a full glory general equilibrium model, but we're going to think about prices as being an important outcome of varying different types of transition risk. As I mentioned, we look at two types of transition risk. One could be thought of as progress in the renewable sector to make it fully efficient so that we can store this energy, we can supply it to all parts of the economy, etc. Maybe that's incentivized through some subsidies, but we are just going to take it as a parameter of the model. And the second could be introduction of carbon taxes, or perhaps even explicit restrictions on new drilling for fossil fuels. Now, there will be two types of firms that can correspondingly provide energy to the economy. The brown firms, the fossil fuel firms, they can supply energy to the entire economy on the grid, but their production entails carbon emissions. Renewable energy firms, in contrast, do not produce carbon emissions, but certain parts of the economy, like aircrafts, etc., are not electrified. And also there may be some intermittency problems with renewable energy production, which may mean that without storage, you can't really keep supplying it at peak load and so on. And so the key result is that different types of transition risk can have very different effects. And the main insight is that while renewable breakthroughs, which can be thought of as technological progress, they lower energy prices and hurt fossil fuel firms, taxes and restrictions on drilling capacity along the transition, not necessarily always, but along the transition, especially in the early parts of the transition, they can in fact raise energy prices and benefit fossil fuel firms that have large existing capacity because of this impact on energy prices in the short run. And it might even lead to more emissions in the short run, even though you are along the path of transition, because for higher prices, they will actually be supplying. Okay. So the model is relatively straightforward. We have a household or a firm sector that consumes energy. Everything is risk neutral at no discount rate. There are these three types of energy producers, and for sake of illustrating our insights as sharply as possible, we separate our fossil fuel firm sector into two types. One can be thought of as an incumbent, which has a high developed reserves, so they have a high existing capacity, and we're going to assume they are not the ones creating new capacity. The new capacity is coming from an entrant fossil fuel firm that will build capacity today, but then only drill out of it in future periods of time. We are doing this to separate the behavior and the valuation effects of those who have huge existing reserves versus those who create new capacity. Of course, in practice, fossil fuel firms are a combination of these two types, and some of the effects we have will get merged into those balance sheets. So with period zero technology, the renewable sector has limitations. It can only supply a fraction Q of the market, which is electrifiable, but not the rest. We'll refer to them E and NE. And with probability P, which is exogenous in the model, we'll just do a comparative static around it. But as I said, you can endogenize it with some subsidies like the Inflation Reduction Act ones. So with probability P, there's a breakthrough, and then the renewable sector can supply energy to the entire economy. Now, the key point is that if breakthrough does not realize, then energy is going to be sold in segmented markets, which we refer to as electrifiable and non-electrifiable. Government has two policy instruments. The paper is structured as first doing comparative analysis on these instruments, and then we do some empirical work, and then we do optimal policy right at the end. It can be done in the reverse way, perhaps. I'm not sure. Okay, so these instruments are carbon tax in period one if breakthrough realizes. And we show in the optimal policy model that actually if breakthrough doesn't realize, carbon taxes have to be optimally lower, because otherwise you'll just be killing off demand without any technological progress. And we can have tax on new fossil fuel capacity. Okay, so this is the timeline, just some notation. The incumbent fossil fuel firms will supply an energy F0 out of their current stock. And the rest they will carry as inventory into the next period to capitalize on price differences between today and tomorrow. Green firms install some production capacity, capital C. Entrant fossil fuel firms install also some production capacity, F1, which they're going to use in the next period only. The government may have some drilling tax. Now, the key is that at day t equal to 1, you can either move to this perfect renewables world, in which case all markets become integrated for energy, and everyone supplying energy in this market at the same price, which is subscripted by BT for the breakthrough scenario. Because you have renewables, it's not that costly to impose carbon taxes, and there will be some carbon tax in that scenario. In the current technology scenario, in contrast, markets remain segmented between the electrifiable and the non-electrifiable segments. The green firms in equilibrium will supply in the electrifiable market. The non-electrifiable part will have a higher price under reasonable assumptions, and that's where the fossil fuel firms will supply, even though fossil fuel firms can in principle supply to both parts of the market. Okay, so we simplify the demand side of the economy tremendously we just assume basically that they're just consuming energy. It's some log energy consumption utility function, and they just have a fixed endowment W in each period and state of the world. There's no storage, no intertemporal smoothing, etc. for this real side of the economy. What that gives us is that it gives us extremely simple expressions for prices, which is that it's basically just going to be a function of the wealth of this real sector divided by the total energy supply. So, the energy supply is then going to have like a first order impact on prices in a very transparent manner. And prices will differ now because a part Q of the economy is electrifiable and 1 minus Q is non-electrifiable. In the continuation scenario, CT, there'll be different prices. Okay, so let me just quickly describe what the three sectors of the production sector do. That's where more interesting stuff in the model is. So the renewable firms produce at a capacity capital C. They pay some development costs. We assume everything is quadratic to simplify our lives. But once they have generated this capacity, they can actually produce out of that at zero marginal cost. Okay, so they have a very simple optimization decision. They take the prices in the future states as given. So everyone is a price taker in this model. There are no large firms who are acting strategically in particular. Whatever they produce, they sell at the going price in the electrifiable sector in the continuation scenario and in the integrated market in the breakthrough scenario. And they recognize that they incur some costs of developing this capacity. The fossil fuel incumbents, they have an existing capacity F upper bar 0. But they choose to produce a little bit out of it today, F0 at some drilling cost given by, again, a quadratic cost function. And the rest they're going to carry as inventory. So many of these models in the energy production sector have this feature that inventory is actually a key mechanism through which these firms are smoothing price differentials, like whether prices are in backwardation or contango, etc., between date 0 and date 1. So we have a little bit of that feature going on here. So they recognize the immediate drilling profits by drilling from existing capacity up to F0 and selling it at a price F0. And then they have a continuation utility coming from two parts. One is that in the breakthrough scenario, they'll sell in integrated market. Again, there'll be some drilling cost, but then they have to pay taxes in that scenario. Whereas with probability 1 minus P, when the breakthrough hasn't occurred, they will be in principle selling in segmented markets. So in equilibrium, they will be in the non-electrifiable segment. And then they again pay a drilling cost for that. So that's the inventory decision. And you can see just from the linear structure of the problem that is going to depend upon expected prices in first period net of taxes versus the price 0 in the date 0 markets. And then the entrants are a little bit like the renewable firms, which is that they install capacity and then they are just going to drill out of it and sell it at date 1. But their technology is emission intensive, unlike that of the renewables. Okay, so that's the way in which the renewables and the entrant fossil fuel firms look very similar in this model. So we close the model, we impose market clearing conditions state by state, and it's just the standard competitive equilibrium. So I won't sort of go through the specifics of the equations and first order conditions, but this table sort of summarizes our key insight from the model, which is that if we consider these three types of transition risks, a transition probability P, which is the renewable breakthrough, the carbon tax, which we assume is in the breakthrough state based on the optimal policy, and then drilling restrictions at date 0 for fossil fuel firms. And you can see that there is this pattern when you look at the first panel in prices, which is that renewable breakthroughs, they decrease energy prices across board. In contrast, drilling restrictions, which reduce the supply in the energy market, they're always going to increase prices. And along the way, which is the carbon tax sort of sits in between these two types of transition risks, the carbon tax increases future prices on average, but it's going to actually reduce, it may have an uncertain effect on the current energy prices. Now, the reason why that effect on current energy prices is uncertain is because on the one hand, future energy price increases, which would cause fossil fuel firms actually to carry inventories into future states of the world. However, there's also a tax that they pay, and there's going to be like a confluence of these effects. And so only when transition probabilities are relatively low, you're going to get this effect that current prices can actually rise. But the key mechanism is that if the supply, it's a little bit, think of it like an OPEC supply restriction. If supply gets restricted, then prices tomorrow will rise, and firms may now optimize by actually carrying inventories into the future state. That means they are releasing lower inventories into the markets today, and that can actually cause energy prices to rise. And then as a result of these effects, you get very different impacts on different kinds of producers in the energy sector. So while at the bottom you have the renewable energy producers always benefiting from transition risks, entrant fossil fuel firms are always hurt. Whoever is creating new capacity is always hurt in the process. However, incumbent fossil fuel producers, they get hurt by renewable breakthroughs, but they benefit from drilling restrictions. It's almost like they are competitive, but the drilling restrictions are almost like creating a cartel. They then benefit from the price increases that come about from that. And the carbon taxes sit somewhere in between, because carbon taxes also hurt the profitability of the incumbent fossil fuel firms. So what we do in the rest of the paper, in this, and I would say in the second third of the paper, is that we test these implications to see if they have any bite at all in data, which is, do transition risks impact energy prices and different parts of the energy sector depending upon the type of risk that we are talking about. Now, an immediate challenge is how to measure these transition risks, okay? And Johannes has done excellent work with Rob Engel and other co-authors, where it's becoming standard actually to use news incidents and try to assign them in direction as well as importance based on the intensity of certain keywords in data to identify transition risks. So far, we have succeeded on the first two of our hypotheses, the transition probability and the carbon taxes. We are still improving our index for the drilling restrictions. So what did we do? We have used the GPT-4 in order to go through the full text of New York Times, I believe, from 2012 to now. After filtering relevant articles, that leaves us with about 15,000 articles. And then we used ChatGPT based on a little bit of testing of our manual searches to identify news on cost of emissions and news about potential renewable breakthroughs. As I said, we look at both direction and intensity. We aggregate them to weekly level, and we construct AR1 innovations of the two indices.
You have 5 minutes left to finish. 5 minutes left. Great.
Absolutely, Jim. I should be hopefully intact. So, we get sort of reasonable behavior out of these indices. We have tried to use some climate news indices data from work of other folks in climate finance and tried to match our indices to specific events, and it lines up quite well. This is the Renewable Breakthrough Index. For example, you can see it coincides with both big climate agreement type of events, big US acts, but it also actually overlaps with significant breakthroughs in renewable energy progress. This is the Emission Cost News Index, not as exciting in the US as it is in Europe. But again, here, some of the key acts and their reversals actually play an important role. I should point out that some of the acts like the IRA will overlap between both the renewable breakthrough as well as the emissions cost index. Okay, so we do two tests, as I mentioned. The first test is to look directly at oil futures prices. So we look at the WTI crude oil futures from Bloomberg. We look at weekly and monthly oil futures returns. We separate them into short term, which is 1 to 12-month maturity, and then 13 to 60-month maturities. And we basically look at how innovations of our emission cost and the renewable breakthrough indices affect oil prices. And by and large, what you see as a robust pattern, you can see it's not always statistically, effect is not always there. But what's a robust pattern is that the renewable breakthrough depresses oil prices, whereas emission cost indices actually increase oil prices. And perhaps consistent with some of these things being longer horizon policies, the impact is stronger on longer oil futures, especially from the emission costs. Now, regardless of the individual statistical significances, the difference test of whether renewables and emission cost transition risks affect oil prices differentially is always statistically robustly significant. So the model prediction is exactly this, which is that when you expect higher costs, there's going to be less supply, less capacity, just like an OPEC cartel decision to reduce supply, and that increases energy costs, whereas renewable breakthroughs means more competition, and that decreases renewable breakthroughs. So you can think of these transition risk indices we have as sort of like supply side instruments. But they may have very different implications for energy prices, unlike Diego Kanzek's OPEC supply cartel indices, for example. And then we split up our energy sector into three categories. So we define incumbents as fossil fuel firms that have large developed reserve ratios above median. So that this will include Exxon, and all the large energy companies. Then we have the incumbents who are the relatively smaller players, and they develop capacity on the fly rather than managing large reserves. And then for renewables, we identify all firms which are in the Invesco Clean Energy ETFs. Okay, and then we look at stock returns of these three sectors of the energy overall production economy. We take out the market by using a 3-year market beta. We have a host of controls in both the previous regressions as well as these ones. And then we look at how our indices are impacting these firms. Okay, so in the first column, we use the cost of emission index to understand stock returns. In the second one, we use renewable breakthrough index to understand the impact on stock returns. The first row should be interpreted as the impact on entrants, because that's the raw effect. The incremental effect on incumbents is in the second row, and the incremental effect over entrants on renewables is in the third row. And you can once again see a very clear pattern here, which is that entrants are always hurt who have low capacity. Renewables are always benefiting. If you add the first row and the third row, the net effect is positive. But if you look at the total effect on incumbents, which is the sum of the first two rows, it is slightly negative, or statistically, it is actually zero. Now, one thing we again can do is to combine the two kinds of fossil fuel firms and compare them to renewables. And it's always the case that there's a differential impact. The renewable firms benefit, the fossil fuel firms are hurt. But then you have this nice separation effect, which the model implies that the incumbents are not hurt as much, because on the one hand, taxes and breakthrough are not good for them. On the other hand, if taxes increase prices, they will actually benefit from that. And you can, if you add up the coefficients, you can see that incumbents have a slightly close to zero effect from cost of emissions, whereas from renewable breakthroughs, they have a negative impact. Okay, so in the last section of the paper, we do some optimal policy, and we show that actually optimal policy should increase the incidence of carbon taxes or the intensity as the renewable progress is high. That's the main policy implication of the model. But I think our main conclusion is that transition risk can have very differential impact on different parts of the energy sector. The key to that is to not take energy prices as given, but to think about them as an outcome of technological progress and these taxes, which are two forms of transition risks. As I said, we are trying to now build a drilling restrictions news index, which has the most stark predictions like the renewable breakthroughs index. Let me pause here. Thank you so much, Jim.
Great. Thank you so much. Our discussant is Debbie Lucas.
All right, just let me have a second to share my screen.
Great. Do you want to go to full screen? There we go. Okay, great. All set.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss this interesting paper. I guess I'm going to start by just talking a little bit about the model implications, which I think are quite robust intuitively. So just maybe this is stating it in somewhat more general terms than the specifics of the model. But I would say that in general, policymakers have carrots and sticks that they can use to encourage a faster transition to cleaner energy. And I think what the contribution of this model is to say, well, they can use these carrots and sticks, carbon taxes and other subsidies, but what the effects are going to be, both in the short and long run, on anticipated oil prices and stock prices and on investment behavior, it's actually kind of complicated. And so just to kind of recap the ideas, so subsidies, carbon taxes, and drilling restrictions all clearly favor increased investment in alternatives and favor producers who are strictly working on alternatives. So, that increase in alternative production is probably going to lower near-term energy prices, but even that isn't a sure thing. That can be affected by tax effects, by carbon tax effects, but also near-term prices could also rise if policies that discourage additional drilling cause demand and supply effects from the incumbents. So anticipation of higher future carbon taxes or lower future energy prices discourages new investment by carbon intensive producers. And that's going to cause a shift by incumbents to move production forward in time. That's also going to have the effect of tending to lower current prices. So I guess the most interesting wrinkle of the model is the uncertainty and whether the transition is going to occur and to what extent and how successful it can be. But if alternatives fail to satisfy future energy needs, it will turn out that incumbents with low-cost, dirty technologies could actually benefit from this situation because their competitors will have been discouraged from creating new fossil capacity that's going to raise future prices, and it's going to make those incumbents more valuable. So the bottom line of all of this is that perhaps the stock prices of incumbent dirty producers could remain quite high in the face of even pretty aggressive abatement measures. And the timing and investment effects are going to be quite uncertain. So I guess one thing I hope the authors choose to comment on more either here or in the paper is all of this good or bad news for the effectiveness of current climate policies? And I actually came away thinking, well, it's kind of good news for what's going on now, because I think sometimes we look at things, and I referred to this like really high stock prices of incumbent energy companies, and we think, well, investors are pretty pessimistic or cynical about whether these policies are really going to have an effect, and so that's kind of bad news. And I think what the model is telling us is that actually what we see happening with both stock and energy prices isn't clearly connected to the effectiveness of the transition. So perhaps good news. And just the graph at the bottom is just showing, this is a picture of the stock price for ExxonMobil since 2010. And, well, like everything else, it was hammered during COVID, but basically energy prices have been going up despite these ever increasing measures to encourage the transition. So turning to the empirical implications and the tests, the idea is to see how the price of oil and stock prices of energy companies are affected to news about what they call transition risk, and they explore that, and Viral explained this very well. See these indices they constructed on news about climate transitions using AI. So they have two indices. One focuses on the cost of emissions, you know, such as if there's a major climate accord that's likely to raise the price of emissions, or news about the probability of a technological breakthrough that's likely to favor more renewable use in the future. Okay, so this is just some quotes from their paper that I just wanted to emphasize. So they say, our model predicts that oil futures prices should decrease with news about renewable energy breakthroughs and should increase with news about carbon taxes. So they take that as one testable prediction. And that's one I'm going to question a little bit. The next statement, which I agree with, is that a prediction of the model is that renewable energy companies should gain from an increase in transition risk, no matter its type. Certainly true. You know, you could see if Viral showed this table of theoretical effects, and basically the renewable guys are just better off. Okay, but a second prediction is that the transition risk is also going to affect fossil fuel companies, but how that plays out is going to depend on various things and whether the company has installed capacity or it's an entrant. But so what I wanted to do with regard to the oil futures prices and generally these sorts of predictions was just take a step back and talk a little bit about the finance theory. And actually, as I was listening to some of the conversation yesterday, I also thought it was kind of valuable to think about what you can and can learn about future prices from different indicators. Okay, so this is really putting on my hat as a finance professor, but you know, commodity futures prices like oil prices are determined very strictly by no arbitrage conditions. I mean, when you think about the pricing of futures, there's these so-called cash and carry arguments, which is if, you know, if the futures price were very high, you would buy the commodity now and you would carry it forward to the future to benefit from the higher futures price, and vice versa if the futures price is low. And what that kind of an argument gives you is the equation I have there, which says that the futures price today for delivery of oil at time cap T is going to be a function of the current stock price, the risk-free rate, the cost of storage, and any convenience yield. Why is this important? Well, one thing that's really important about this equation to understand is kind of as a first approximation, you can think of the futures prices as simply a noisy representation of the current spot price. And I say it's noisy. Certainly the risk-free rate can move around a little bit, but more importantly, convenience yields move over time, as do storage costs. So in this particular market they're looking at, which was West Texas Intermediate, for instance, during COVID, there was a lack of storage capacity because a lot of oil wasn't demanded and it was building up. And that caused a very steeply sloping futures curve. That was a function of storage cost conditions, not a prediction about future oil prices. And so kind of going down to my next bullet point with an equation in it, the point of this is that expected future stock prices are simply not equal to futures prices. And perhaps the biggest disconnect between them is that the future prices are going to, of course, depend on cash flows, but also on a risk-adjusted discount rate. So in general, there's this disconnect where one thing is tied to the risk-free rate, the other to the risk-adjusted cost of capital. So I guess put this in the form of a question, you know, I wasn't sure what we were supposed to take away from an analysis based on futures prices or the futures curve. For one thing, points along the futures curve are going to be highly correlated to the extent that the current spot price is the primary determinant. So doing these different regressions doesn't make that much difference, but it's also hard to know whether you're using them as a proxy for what the spot price will be in the future or for the current spot price. Okay, and just to stay on the finance theme for just one more second, in this, I think in the paper there was care taken with this, although I'm not 100% sure. I think I would be very careful about price effects versus return effects. You know, when you were thinking about prices, there's numerator and denominator effects. Cash flows are affected by these policies, as well as potentially the discount rate that investors use. In Viral's model, there's no risk aversion, so the discount rate isn't a factor, but certainly it should be in an empirical analysis, which is looking at stock price effects. Because if you're looking at the effect of these announcements on returns, I mean, if returns aren't, if expected returns aren't being affected by these transition activities, because basically the price of the risk hasn't really changed, you shouldn't see that much effect on returns. You might see very large price effects because the price effects are capitalizing in the effects over a long horizon of these changes. So I guess just it would be good to be clearer about what's the price and what's the return. Also, you know, we're talking about, or the paper is talking about the effect of transition risk on these things. I actually think what's being discussed is, in the theory, is the probability of a transition, which is not quite the same thing as transition risk, where, you know, you have to be careful about the definition. Okay. A little bit.
Debbie, this is terrific, but we're just about at time. So
okay,
if you can try to wind up, that'd be great.
Good. I'm almost done. So just two more quick observations. Viral actually referred to this, which is, you know, to a large extent, it's hard to do the separation between incumbents and new technology producers, because in fact, incumbents are capturing a lot of the rents from the transition towards cleaner technology. So for instance, BP is planning to put as much investment into greener technologies as they are into traditional oil and the like. So, you know, this kind of diversification will certainly mitigate transition risk for incumbents. And then my final observation, which I just think is really important, is a lot of the discussion in this paper and in this conference is about optimizing companies, but the largest oil producers in the world are not necessarily making their decisions based on maximizing profits. So I think we have to be, you know, when we think about looking at the effects of things like these announcements on the prices of various things, you know, I always wonder, well, aren't these political economy effects really the first order thing that's going to be driving prices and returns? Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And thank you for inviting this paper to be on the program. An excellent program, I have to say. And it's really great to see all the interest that this topic is generating. You know, in some ways there may be more transition in academic research on transition risk, climate transition risk, than actual climate transition per se. But anyway, what I'm going to present is a new paper with my colleague at Imperial, Marcin Kakbrasik, and Mark Eskildsen, who was visiting Imperial, but he's from Copenhagen Business School. And the topic of our paper is essentially summarized in the title here. I think it will speak for itself. What is the broad framing of what we are interested in? We are focusing on institutional investors and what role they play in the climate transition. And so there are two leading questions for our paper, very general questions. So how do institutional investors reallocate capital to support the energy transition? And related to this question, how do they address carbon transition risk in their portfolio strategies? Let me give you first some broad context in terms of fund flows and the breakdown or aggregate fund flows to energy, to the energy transition. And you can see here that there are two colors, blue and orange. So this is to highlight that a lot of funds for the energy transition are actually not private funds, but are public funds. And then the other thing you want to take away from here as a general context is that within the private funding, there's a funding coming from the banking sector. There's funding by corporations directly, and then there's funding through the capital markets, and that's the part that our paper is focusing on. Another piece of context to highlight the important role of the capital markets and institutional investors in particular and here you can see how in aggregate, institutional investor equity ownership has evolved over time. So what you want to take away here is that it's very high in the US. That's not quite representative of what happens elsewhere in the world. If you focus on the global plot, you can see that the share of institutional ownership, equity ownership, is quite a bit smaller than what it is in the US. And that's important to keep in mind because what this is telling you is that the big player here are American institutional investors. Okay, so turning to what institutional investors do on the climate transition, lots of literature already has looked at this. Very broad distinction is made between portfolio tilting or divestment versus engagement. And let me say straight away here that we're mostly looking here at the first strategy and not looking at engagement. And then the other important point that you want to keep in mind that frames our analysis in the background is that, of course, institutional investors, how they choose to invest, that's partly influenced by a stakeholder pressure, internal and external stakeholder pressure. Okay, and so what we're focusing on fairly narrowly in some sense is how do portfolio choices differ when it comes to domestic versus foreign investments. Okay, so specifically, do we see a carbon home bias in how institutional investors construct their portfolios? So what that involves is, first of all, we're going to look at evidence of portfolio tilting and divestment in the aggregate. We want to know on what basis this tilting and divestment is done. That's the question of the screens that are being used. And here, what's mostly relevant is whether the screens are in the form of carbon emission levels or in the form of carbon emission intensity, or both. Okay. And then I will have a few things to say. The presentation time limit is too tight for me to be able to go into much detail here, but I will have a word on what potential mechanisms may be at play that would explain these portfolio constructions. Okay, so how would you potentially try and understand what institutional investors are doing. So first of all, very general perspective is you might say, well, they're trying to somehow manage carbon transition risk. And here, from that perspective, the main observation is that carbon transition risk isn't related to where a company is located per se. Of course, where a company is located may matter because the policies it may be subject to in the country located matter, but that doesn't easily map into a home bias or not. Okay, the other important consideration that you're all familiar with is that, this is partly what explains the home bias is that there may be familiarity-based investing. This is a very compelling research pointing this out, and here the big point to take away with respect to what we're doing is that yes, there is a home bias, but it's not clear how that how that applies to companies with different emissions, and that's what what we're interested in. Another consideration that matters is investment salience. So here, what people have found in other research is that when institutional investors are located close to where a natural disaster happens, then they tend to underweight the local company. Somehow, a natural disaster in terms of investment implications has a much a bigger impact if it happened nearby. And now, if that's what's driving investment choices, then you wouldn't expect a carbon home bias. We're also mentioning in the paper another framing, which is the political framing, and here basically the thinking is that investors may prefer companies that are aligned with their political views, and roughly speaking, that would mean if you're a green investor, you prefer a company with which is more sustainable. If you are not, if you're an anti-woke investor, you may prefer a company with higher emissions. Again, the politics here don't necessarily easily translate into a home bias, especially a carbon home bias. And so our favorite explanation, hopefully I'll be able to make the case when I conclude, when I showed you the result, is that what may be driving what we're finding is really competition in the asset management market, with asset managers competing for clienteles. And there are heterogeneous clienteles. Some clienteles are more green, others are more anti-woke. If you're trying to compete for all clienteles at the same time, you may end up constructing your portfolios such that there is a carbon home bias. Anyway, so that's the general framing. In terms of data, we are looking at a global institutional equity portfolio data set. And we have fairly granular data. We have institution by institution data, and then we can match this data with company characteristics, and in particular with companies' greenhouse gas emissions. And here's a rough description of what the data set looks like once we've done all the matching. So we're looking at on a quarterly frequency at portfolio constructions from 2005 to 2022. We have about nearly 12,000 unique institutions and 15,500 unique firms, and they're located in 48 different companies. Now, you can imagine that looking at portfolio construction, that's a very high dimensional problem and highly complex. So you have to make some simplifying assumptions. And so, for example, we screen out institutions if they don't hold more than 10 stocks, and if they don't have stocks in at least at least one domestic stock and one foreign stock. And also we're screening out institutions that have very lopsided weights with 50 more than 50% ownership in a single stock. Now we look at both intensive margins and extensive margins. So intensive margin is measured by the portfolio share of a stock in an institution's portfolio, and we look at the log of that. And then on the extensive margin, we construct a binary indicator, that takes the value 100 if you own the stock, and the value 0. And then here again, this could be a very high dimensional problem. And so we restrict the investment universe to all the stocks you might have owned within the last 3 years, but some of them, of course, you don't own anymore, and some of them you keep owning. So that's a standard way of reducing the investment universe, the dimensionality of the investment universe. Okay, and so our two main empirical specifications are given here. We are interested in firm level results and in institution firm level results. So for firm level results, the key left-hand variable is the institution ownership of a fund at any given time excuse me, it's the institution, the share of a particular stock that's owned by a particular institution. And then in the second model, we're looking at the portfolio share, the portfolio weights. And here, what's important, you can see that we have an interaction term, foreign, FOR for foreign times emissions. FOR is an indicator variable that says if the company's that the institution owns is located in another country, that will be a value 1. And if it's located domestically, that takes the value 0. And this is to control for the regular home bias. Okay, so what's interesting is to look at the interaction with emissions. So let me now turn to very briefly to some of the key findings. And let me start with the firm level evidence, looking at carbon emissions and investor ownership. So what you want to see here, you could see that the explanatory variables are scope 1 and 2, that's what S12 stands for, and INT, that stands for intensity. We're also looking at scope 3 intensity, and then we're looking at levels, again, for scope 1 and 2, that's log S12 total, and we're looking at scope 3 as well. And the big takeaway, you can see that in the columns, they vary depending on whether we have only country year fixed effects or whether we have both country year fixed effects and industry year fixed effects. And the point here is that in aggregate, what you see is that whether you look at as an intensity screen or a level screen, you can see that in aggregate, institutional investor portfolios are going underweight stocks which are high in terms of carbon intensity or are high in terms of carbon emission levels. The effect is very strong if you don't include industry year fixed effects. And what that is telling you is that there's a big part of how the screening is operating is essentially on an industry level and not so much within industry.
Patrick, if you should shoot for about 5 minutes, that'd be great.
Yep. And I will go quickly. I know I'm a slow speaker. So let me show you two more results tables, and then I will basically wrap up. So what you have here is the breakdown in terms of domestic versus foreign ownership. And what you can see is that the screen is particularly strong for foreign-owned companies. Now, if we turn to investor-level evidence, let me first mention the intensive margin, then I'll show you the extensive margin in a second. So what you see here is how the portfolio share is affected by the carbon emissions and whether the company is in a foreign or domestic. And what highlighted in red tells you what the main results are. So what you see is basically the interaction terms highly significant and negative. And that tells you that basically what institutional investors are doing is that they're divesting from carbon emitting firms abroad, but not domestically. So if you want to remember just one thing from this table, there are many different results, but I'm running out of time, is that institutional investors tend to be more exposed to domestic stocks with high carbon footprints. Similar results obtained when you do the extensive margin. So here is the left-hand variable is whether you own the stock or not. And again, you see how this interaction term is highly significant and negative, and that's true both whether you look at intensity or at levels. Okay, so let me now conclude. Now, I've mentioned some possible explanations already, but I don't have really time to say much more. But let me summarize some of the main takeaways from the paper. So first of all, on tilting and divestment, we find evidence that institutional investors tend to reduce exposure to companies with higher emissions abroad. Well, generally, that's true in aggregate, whether you separate domestic or foreign, but mainly they divesting abroad, and if anything, they are loading up on high-emitting firms domestically. And so the way our best explanation for this is that it's a way of reconciling competing for multiple clienteles. So you would like to attract green clienteles. You do that by showing that you're tilting away or divesting from high-emitting companies, and you also would like to keep or attract the anti-woke clienteles, and you do that by telling them that you're actually holding domestically companies with high carbon emissions. So that's my attempt at a summary of the results. It's a little bit more complex than what I've described, but thank you for your attention, and let me stop here.
No, terrific, Patrick. That was crystal clear. Laura, the virtual microphone is yours to discuss.
Well, I went to my 20-second interlude to begin with. Sorry, just to let everybody know that the Review of Finance is going to have a special issue on biodiversity and natural capital, and there's a call for research proposals. And since Martin and Patrick and I are all three on the scientific committee, I thought I would mention this, and just go to the Review of Finance webpage. Okay. Patrick Marchin's paper is just incredible amount of data, and there are many interesting and valuable results. So many, over 15,000 firms, nearly 12,000 institutional portfolios across 48 countries. And their results, there are 14 figures, but I counted up, there's 42 graphs and charts in total. And I hate to say I'm going to ask for more. And then just so much information. Okay, so here's my perspective on which of the findings are the most important. I'm going to focus on the scope 1 and scope 2 total carbon emissions, because to me, those are the ones that are the most important. And I'll speak more about this. So, as Patrick has said, institutional investors significantly underweight high emissions companies. It's the foreign investors that are doing most of the underweighting. Their results hold for each of the 3 regions around the world, and they find this difference between investment managers and asset owners, with the investment managers tending to underweight the foreign carbon emitters more. These effects are increasing over time. I think these graphs are really important in showing us how this is changing over time. And then if we think about, okay, well, how does this fit into the literature on brown or green tilts? And if, just looking at institutional investor holdings, we have Pastor Stambaugh and Taylor who looked at this with 13F institutional investors, and they show that they tilt more green than brown, but they're using a completely different measure that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And then the other 2 papers that are related have to do with particular types of institutional investors. And again, it's looking more at the green portfolio. So what's particularly special about this one is looking at what aren't they using in terms of carbon emissions firms. And then there's other papers on engagement. So as I said, the paper is exceptionally well done, provides many valuable insights, but I still have questions. So my first question is, who is influencing the decision? So the implication in the way the paper is written is that the institutions are making the decisions, either through their offerings of products or through their portfolio choices. But my question then is, well, if we're looking at investment managers, how much of the effect is being driven by clientele choices through their flows into the different funds? How much is mechanical just due to value weightings and reweightings from market participants? And then how much do cultural norms, including politics, affect these decisions on holding? So I think it would really help for us to understand these issues more. There is previous work on cultural norms and politics, looking at foreign institutional investors and their influence. And then there's work showing that politics matter with regard to environmental and social issues. So I think the politics and cultural norms are important. And this is just a really preliminary evidence, but you can just see it. If you take the Yale Environmental Performance Index, which is based on policies in countries, and you plot it against the average global environmental score from S&P for the different countries, you can see this correlation. And so I'd really like to know more about how these investors from these different countries treat this. And in terms of the politics, now the authors do examine regime changes in the U.S., but I also think culture is important, and it would be helpful for them to conduct a deeper examination of the differences, again, across the institutional investors across the different regions. Okay, so I'm sure Patrick and Marchin are sick of this topic, which is how do we define green and brown, since they've had to write several responses about this. And if we look, because people tend to just lump these together, but the definitions vary across work, and most of this work has been done on returns on green and brown firms. So some work uses the MSCI environmental ratings pillar. There's total emissions, there's carbon intensity, and then carbon intensity adjusted for release. And again, there have been discussions. This is one of the results that really made me think about, okay, there is a difference between carbon emissions intensity and the total emissions. And so how do we interpret the differences in these graphs between these? And so what happens when they just do the regression is it zeroes out for the carbon emissions intensity. And we get the result for the total carbon emissions. So I would like, a deeper consideration of this and to understand the implications of these differences. Again, we find these differences, and we need to figure out how to interpret the differences. So I'm wondering, does this tell us something about what the institutional investors care about? The authors are kind of careful in saying, well, they may care some about intensity, they care some about total carbon emissions. But when institutional investors are calculating their carbon footprint, they almost always use the total carbon emissions. When their participants or shareholders care about their carbon footprint, they're caring about the total carbon emissions that are going into the world. And Patrick and Martin have already pointed this out in the past. I'm not pointing out something they don't know, but I would like more discussion of this because you do get these different implications according to the different tests. So these changes over time that we're seeing here, they also imply that for the regressions throughout the paper, we need to think about how these are changing over time, because they show these graphs for the early tests, but not for the later tests, such as for the asset managers versus the asset owners. So it would be helpful to find to see those graphs too, even though there's already so many graphs. But doing that could also capture some important changes from politics, as well as the market effects. Another question I had about this over time is, for the extensive margin test, what about the new types of fund offerings that came out over this time period? And the Kojin Yogo method of you have to have owned the stock before won't pick that up. So I think it would be helpful to think about how maybe to adapt that method. Okay, so the top 15 carbon emitting industries, they're different and they're treated differently by institutional investors. So it would be interesting to understand the differences across the industries, particularly given their different geographic locations and the political implications for these different industries. And one example I want to give, which especially has to do with the petroleum and coal and the oil and gas and electricity, gas and sanitary, is the effect of oil price changes during the sample period. Because if you look at it's just striking the way oil prices changed over this time period. So it would be helpful to understand how these effects on the fossil fuel firms would have affected the portfolio manager decisions, and that might explain some of the changes around 2015 as well, the Paris Agreement. It also, and I know this is too big an ask, but it would help to separate the actively managed portfolios from the index portfolios, because they're making active decisions to decarbonize for the actively managed portfolios. But for the index portfolios, it's only if they have an index that's, for example, a low carbon index. Okay, so something to consider beyond the paper's focus is the effects of voluntary carbon credits. So some institutional investors and some corporate managers are using carbon credits already to try to reach that net zero goal. So it would be helpful to think about, maybe not in this paper, maybe in another paper, but to think about how these voluntary carbon credits could affect the results, and should they be considered, and if so, how should they be incorporated? Okay, so I think I'm making it right on time. In conclusion, I think it's a highly important topic. There's really novel data and analysis, and the authors have done quite a bit. It was a pleasure to read. It was so clearly written, and I just wanted to understand more. It made me want to learn more. So thank you very much.
So it is my absolute delight to welcome my next door neighbor at MIT, Doron Acemoglu, who, in addition to being a wonderful neighbor and a great community member, is also the world's preeminent expert on technological change and the factors that determine it. And Doron, what you have not seen on Zoom, but know from the program, is that the papers that precede you in this conference have tackled very many issues which are tied up in what you're about to discuss, because the beginning session focused significantly on understanding the way in which different technological innovations and the way in which capital market participants might change the activities of green versus brown firms, the differential marginal returns to investments in capital from those firms, and how that might differ from average. The last two papers have been talking actively about the strategies investors might pursue and the way in which capital markets might respond to news and shocks about the possible future technological developments. And in many ways, though this was not the full plan of Hong and I as we arranged this program, this all builds to your keynote address, which of course endogenizes technological change and takes the various government policies as well as other shocks as driving forces behind that. So it is my great pleasure to welcome Doron Acemoglu, who will be talking about climate change, directed innovation, and the energy transition. So Doron, it's great to see you.
Thank you very much, Jim. It's my true pleasure to be here. Thanks to you and Hong for inviting it. And I am really delighted that you guys are running this conference, and also that that it's focusing so much on technology, because part of my sort of belief in this area is that, both from empirical evidence and other general considerations, whatever we do on the climate policy front is going to interact centrally with technology choices. And what's exciting about this, in my opinion, is that there are both things that we know at very high level about how the direction of technology is affected by various economic forces, and there's a big laguna of things we don't know about how that happens in specific sectors and in response to specific policies and specific types of substitutions. And in fact, what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to try to do two things at the same time in a very brief sort of presentation, both give you a sense of some of the things that we know in this area, and also of the sorts of issues that I think are very open and require more research. And to do that, I'm going to talk about a paper by myself, Philippe Aguillon, Lind Barrage, and David Hemus on climate change, directed innovation, and the energy transition, which focuses on the long-run consequences of the shale gas revolution. And part of the reason why this is, I think, an interesting context is because it shows some aspects of this complex interaction. And let me start by just giving the empirical context before moving on to explaining what I mean by directed technological change and why I believe it's so important and why this case illustrates it. So this is the US natural gas production, and you see the period around 2007 is the beginning of what people sometimes call the shale gas revolution, where the increase in natural gas production from shales starts skyrocketing. And this is also happening that has an international dimension, because we're going to use more US data. I'm focusing on the US figures here, but there is also an increase in international natural gas production. This completely changes the composition of fossil fuels, which are the main source of energy in the United States. So you see that the share of coal is declining in the United States, and the share of gas is increasing again as a result of the price changes and the quantity changes enabled by the shale gas revolution. The implications of this for short-run emissions, which are, of course, the main driver of climate change, are quite well understood. This is not a causal evidence, but it shows the correlation. So CO2 emissions in the US electricity generation were very steadily rising up to around 2008. And then after shale gas starts being used, there is a significant decline in CO2 intensity, and also CO2 emissions, which were increasing now, start declining. So this all looks like good news, which I'll explain more, is in the short run on the basis of the fact that natural gas is cleaner, emits fewer CO2 particulates than coal. However, there is also potentially a dark side. There is a concurrent change in the face of innovation around this time. So this is US data, but it looks quite similar when you look at European patents as well. Whichever measure of activity, innovative activity in renewables relative to other patents, either total patents or fossil fuel patents in the electricity sector, or various other things you do, you see that there is a big innovation boom in renewables and green technologies starting around 2003, 2004. This is going hand in hand with the increase in solar capacity and learning by doing in China, but the two are really self-reinforcing because there are really important breakthroughs in wind technologies, some nuclear technologies, and especially in solar technologies around this time, coming from all sorts of countries, including the United States. But around 2010, this trend reverses, and now there's a significant decline in green patents relative to all patenting. So essentially, what I'm going to argue is that this is just one facet of the complex innovation dynamics that may bear on how policy and various changes in endowments and other aspects of technologies interact with climate change concerns and the direction of innovation in climate change related areas. So essentially, what I'm going to show you is that if you build a very simple model, and I'm going to do that in the most tractable way, but then also extend it a little bit to make it more quantitative, that blends energy substitution and directed technological change. And this directed technological change, of course, is the important element from my point of view. So I'll explain a little bit more about what are the general properties that are being embedded here. But if you do that, you will indeed have the energy substitution piece, as just you might have expected, dominate in the short run, and CO2 indeed declines if gas is sufficiently clean compared to coal, which according to the numbers we have, that seems to be the case. But it also has a negative effect on green innovation. And the reason for that is just the usual economic forces. Now, fossil fuel related technologies become cheaper. And once they do that, that makes renewables less attractive, all else being held equal. This then can delay energy transition and potentially increase long-run emissions. So that's a paradoxical result, and we'll see whether that paradoxical result is difficult to get in theory and whether empirically it seems to be well-founded, meaning that is this kind of behavior here that you're seeing, is this sharp enough to actually make the long run problematic? And if so, how do we get a leverage on that long run? And in particular, a very robust implication is that if you have a shale gas boom or any other kinds of things that like this that affects the energy sector, there are these indirect effects working through technology that typically makes the importance of the right climate policy more important. So in specifically what I mean here is that you needed the optimal climate policy, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the model even without a shale gas boom. But once you have a shale gas boom, the need for policy and the welfare implications of the policy increase, and the damages that you can do if you don't have the right policy can actually intensify. And that's what I'm going to try to show you on the quantitative section very briefly as well. So let me now tell you, I mean, I don't need to do much of this because this audience knows the literature better than I do, but there's a growing literature that has been very influential at the intersection of micro and macro that tries to incorporate emissions, carbon cycle, and welfare implications of those emissions through the carbon cycle into otherwise standard economic models, either growth models or more microeconomically based models. Some of this has also worried about what about technological change. But I think what is very important here, and that's the work that I've done with Leo Burstein, David Hemus, and Philippe Aguillon, as well as with Ufuk Akçigit, Bill Kerr, and Doug Henley, is to allow for the direction of technology between fossil fuel-based energy and less polluting energy to be endogenous. So where additional technological investments are going to go. And once you build a model like this, you get 3 sets of results, which we're going to see in the specific context of this shale gas model, but they are much more general, so I want to sort of emphasize that. The first is that there may be path dependence. Once you have spent 100 years investing in, internal combustion engine, it may be much harder to switch to electric motors or other types of cleaner technologies in car transport, for example. Once you have invested a huge amount in coal-fired plants, it may be harder to switch to those that use renewable energy. So that path dependence is a big barrier to climate transition because it means that you need to overcome a potentially higher barrier because of past investments. It also implies that if you manage to redirect technological change, path dependence could be your friend. And the reason for that is once green technologies become advanced enough, for example, perhaps if this trend had continued, they may become self-reinforcing because now the path dependence is helping them. They're becoming more and more efficient. That has a variety of implications for the nature of policy. One, which is very important, is that it is no longer sufficient just to rely on a carbon tax. It's essential that you use at least 2 instruments, a carbon tax and a direct subsidy or something that changes the relative profitability of clean and dirty technologies. Second, the timing of policy is very different as well. Why? Because as I have pointed out, you are fighting against an endogenous barrier. The later you are in intervening, the more advanced the alternative fossil fuel technologies are going to become, the alternative to the green technologies. So the barrier you have to climb over is going to get bigger. Both of these sets of insights I'm going to come back to in the context of the shale gas discussion. And then the third general point is that because innovations are slow acting, they're going to create a lot of things in the future. So that's the complicating part, and that's the part where we need more empirical work and understanding, and you're going to see that in the context of the shale gas application as well. There's other empirical work here, which is very important, but let me skip that in the interest of time. Let me in the paper that we have, we provide additional empirical evidence on what's going on in the innovation sector. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to talk about the basic model and then briefly talk about the quantitative model. So here is the basic model. This is somewhat more involved than the types of papers that I was referring to my work on this in the past, precisely because we're trying to deal with the energy transition as well. So we take a final good production, which combines some production sector and an energy sector. Let's think of that as electricity generation, although it could be more general. And both of those are going to be modeled in a simple way. And lambda is the elasticity of substitution. So this is important, especially in the quantitative exercise, that not everything is energy, and there is some substitution between energy, and the energy prices are going to matter. And let's take the production function to be a linear function of labor allocated as well as the level of technology in production. And then I'm going to describe how the energy is used. But A tilde ET is going to be the endogenous energy efficiency of the energy sector. In addition, ST is going to be carbon concentration. And just to make things simple, I'm going to have this affecting net output rather than welfare, although there are reasonable models in which it could affect welfare beyond output. But let's keep it simple, and let's do it in this way for now. Now, here is the key aspect, how the shale gas is brought into the model. We're going to assume that the energy composite ET is a CES aggregator with an elasticity of substitution epsilon, typically greater than 1, so that these are substitutable sources of energy, that combines coal, the natural gas, which I'm denoting by S, and energy, which I'm denoting by G. Okay, the fact that it's a single CES rather than nested doesn't matter. You could do a nested one. That's not important. The important thing is that when any one of these becomes cheaper, it's going to increase its share in the energy composite. Okay. And then finally, each type of energy is produced using some resource. And let me make that a Leontief. So RIT, for example, could be coal for the typical fossil fuel coal-based energy. It could be wind or solar, so it's free for the green, and it could be gas for shale for the gas. Okay, and then the key assumption that I already hinted at is how polluting these things are. Let me assume green is completely non-polluting, so no carbon emissions. That's not a bad assumption. And coal is more polluting than green than gas, which again I think is very well established. Okay, and then finally, I'll describe the technology side, which is that each energy is going to require a continuum of intermediate goods or types of machines, like the power plant technology. It requires steam turbines, boilers, etc. And each one of these has its own endogenous productivity, and that's where technological progress is going to come from. So these things are going to advance, and when there is an innovation, the level of these AIJTs increases by 1 plus gamma, where gamma is a positive number. And the key here is going to be the average productivity of the power plant for energy of type I, which is essentially a log average of a proportional average of the AIJTs. Okay. Resource extraction, as I said, is coal and gas requires resource extraction. Green resource is free. And let's also denote the extraction productivity, BCT and BST, to denote the productivity of extracting coal and gas. And the reason why you need to specify these things is because given the Leontief, the effective productivity of energy type I is going to have to combine AIT and BIT. And this is already one place where you're going to see some insights about long run is what is the bottleneck here? Is the bottleneck going to be the extraction technology, or the bottleneck is going to be the power plant technology? Short-run effects of the shale gas boom are very straightforward. You want to know what happens when, say, what is a pretty good approximation to the US case, which is the extraction technology of shale gas improves. So what's the effects of that on emissions? Well, it's going to create two effects, a substitution out of coal and green, and a scale effect. The scale effect is what Jevons was about. So that's why there is the Jevons paradox. You can make energy so much cheaper that scale can expand and total emissions can increase. But here in this case, even the emission intensity is a bit more complicated, because if you start with a lot of green, gas may substitute for green. But in the US, for example, the green is so low to start with that substitution is going to come out of coal. So it's going to be just like in the Jevons case, this against this. And if if natural gas is sufficiently clean relative to coal, then you get that the shale gas boom leads to a decrease in emissions in the short run, provided that natural gas is sufficiently clean compared to coal. Okay, so that's pretty standard. So the interesting thing is going to be, again, the direction of innovation. So for that, let me suppose there's a mass one of scientists, and their key decision is where to direct their innovative effort. SFT is the share of those working on fossil fuel generation technology, and SGT is share working on green generation technology. Later, I could talk about what happens if some of them also work on extraction technology, but let me not do that. And let's suppose that in discrete time, each scientist has a probability of success when they direct their innovation to sector I of eta I times SIT minus phi. So the reason why this depends on SIT minus phi is a sort of a typical get in each other's way externality or congestion externality. More people are going to devote their energy on the next solar panel. The probability that each one of them will get that might decline, but the overall innovation, of course, is going to be increasing. And then, as I said, innovation increases productivity by proportionally by 1 plus gamma. For now, all other technologies evolve exogenously. So, what are the profits from innovation? So typically, they will be a discounted sum of future profits, which is a little complicated in these models. This is something we deal with in some papers, but I'm not going to do it here. So let's suppose that only one period patents are available. So that gives the qualitative picture. And if you do green, then your profits is going to be, or your expected profits is going to be the probability of innovation. If you do innovate, then you're going to get a markup over the next best technology of this amount, and then how much you actually sell, which is the price of green technology times the quantity of green technology. If you do an innovation in the fossil fuel sector, as a baseline, I'm assuming that that can be used both in coal and shale gas. The power plant technologies are similar. This is not critical. You can actually relax this assumption, and we do in the extensions. But here, let me focus on that case. So if that's the case, same logic. This is the probability of innovation. This is the markup. But now the market size for you is going to be some combination of coal sales and shale gas sales and their relative productivities. These CCTs here that I define is going to determine how important each one of them are. In an interior equilibrium, of course, innovators must be indifferent so that these two things are equated. And that gives you most of the insights that you need, and the one period patents makes it easy. You can solve it out. So here is the expression for the relative allocation of science and innovation resources towards green and fossil fuels. And you see some of the general, these are much more general than what this particular expression highlights, but the same sort of general forces, you see them in this more parametric case. Better green technology leads to more green innovation. Better gas technology leads to more fossil innovation. Why is that? Well, because essentially, when AJT is greater, the green technology is better. As the green technology gets better, the share of green in the energy composite increases, and that creates a market size effect. Now you can sort of use any advances in a bigger market for green energy. And that's the main channel through the path dependence that I had explained. But in this model that I have highlighted, and that's the extent of that is going to depend on epsilon, the elasticity of substitution, etc. But the quantitative implications are going to come in a second, so I'll defer the quantitative discussions by 5 more minutes. But here in this model, because again, there is this extraction technology that is complementary because of this Leontief structure, or this Leontief structure here, to energy, it's important to also understand the interactions between these extraction technology and the endogenous power plant technology. And when when BST improves, which is what we're interpreting the shale gas revolution as, that's going to encourage AST to increase. So there's a complementarity between extraction and power plant activities. Again, that depends on the level of epsilon, but the realistic values of epsilon are pretty high here. So as long as epsilon is greater than 1, this complementarity always dominates. If it's less than 1, it's more complicated. But one other implication, which if I had time, I could come back to, when gas extraction technology is endogenous, then there is an additional feedback in favor of fossil fuels. All right, so let me now summarize what this model delivers. Of course, I'm not deriving it, but it's sort of intuitive given the description I have given, hopefully. A shale gas boom, which is an increase in BS1, permanent increase in BS1, leads to reduced innovation in green technologies. So that's always true. That immediate effect is a reduction in green technologies. What it does to the path of green technologies is more complicated because it would really depend on these complementarities and whether the extraction technology is a bottleneck or not. But when the extraction technology is not too much of a bottleneck, then you can actually show that green innovation declines in all future periods as well. And then finally, this is, the most extreme result, whether it will apply or not is a quantitative and empirical question. But for intermediate levels of initial efficiency of green technologies, I'll be a little bit more explicit on what I mean by that in the next slide. A shale gas boom can generate what we call a fossil fuel trap, meaning that it stops an ongoing energy transition and reduce long-run welfare. So let me actually provide more details on that. The condition for understanding this in the simplest possible way is to make sure that the extraction technologies don't become a bottleneck. So what that means is that let's suppose that BCT and BSD grow at a constant rate and that constant rate gamma eta B is sufficiently high. When that happens, the Leontief implies that the relevant cost is the power plant technology. And and then we say that the economy is on a fossil fuel green path if all long-run innovation is in fossil fuel, and it's in a green path if all long-run innovation is in a green path. And essentially, the essence of this third part here, the fossil fuel trap, is that a shale gas boom makes the fossil fuel path more likely. So in particular, fix all the other parameters and just treat AG0 as the free parameter. Then there are 3 regions. When AG0 is low, then shale gas boom hastens transition to an all fossil fuel economy. The economy in this case, there's no way it can escape fossil fuels. This is not great for climate change. If AGT is very high to start with, or sufficiently high, then the shale gas boom delays the transition to green economy, but doesn't disrupt it. So this could have negative welfare consequences, but at least technology is still going to go towards green, either because there are enough subsidies or the extraction power plant technologies are enough for their interactions are enough to ensure that. But the intermediate case is the fossil fuel trap. In this intermediate case, the shale gas boom pushes the economy from green to fossil fuel path. So now the question then is, and this is where I think there's the big laguna that I was talking about, we understand these economic forces, but what are the sort of empirically relevant cases? Can we really be in this middle region? Are we in this vicinity? And if we are in the middle region, where do we see the welfare effects? What sort of short-run versus long-run dynamics are there? And how can we actually reduce the uncertainty about the relevant parameters and so on? So to do that, we go to the quantitative setup. In the quantitative setup, we have to talk about welfare. So we specify welfare. Let me not go into the details, but the only non-standard thing here is that because we're going to calibrate this and use some estimates from the micro data of the energy sector in the United States, we also want the rest of the world. So we put some weight on the rest of the world utility here. And then rho U is the social planner's discount rate. That's what, for example, Nick Stern and Nordhaus, for example, debated a long time ago. Carbon cycles are very complicated, but the complications are not so important for us. So we take the simplified carbon cycle model that Golosov et al. Use in their Econometrica paper, but including both the US emissions and the rest of the world emissions. Okay. And then we'll also allow for policies in the baseline, for example, abatement costs and potential subsidies. So we introduced them, but let me not get into the details. The sort of data we use for this is, I think, fairly standard in the energy economics literature. So we use comprehensive data on various types of abatement regulations. We get estimates from the energy companies' filings of their annualized costs, which we then supplement with Lazar's cost estimates. And then we also have data on overall emissions and quantities of different types of energy in electricity generation. So a lot of this is actually coming from microdata. So some of it is, of course, still very uncertain. Then there are a bunch of external parameters and aggregate data. Here, I think what's going to be very important in these kinds of models are all of these elasticities. But as long as epsilon is not too crazy, this doesn't seem to matter much. And lambda doesn't matter all that much, which is the elasticity of substitution between energy and the rest of production. Gamma, of course, is going to matter. Gamma in this model regulates two things. One is the speed of growth given innovation, so the composition between how frequent innovations are and how big the jumps are, and also it regulates profits, because bigger gamma means there's a bigger gap between the best and the next best technology. And then we estimate, we get standard data on BEA. And then we're going to model the shale gas boom as a 100% increase in the extraction technology. And I'll show you next slide, or 2 slides now, that this actually matches the US data. And then the method for solving this is that we solve all the initial values of the parameters to be consistent with the energy production distribution parameters and the parameters of the energy composite to be consistent with the aggregate data on electricity generation, GDP, capital stock, generation costs, and employment shares in the different sectors of the economy. Okay, the short run part of the model, I think, is somewhat simpler. So let me start by showing you the results of the short run part of the model. So here we feed in the 100% increase in B, which translates into a 50% decrease in gas prices, which is, you know, in the ballpark of the US. That generates in our benchmark parameterization an 11% reduction in energy in emission intensity, which is exactly what the US data generates as well. And it increases energy consumption because now energy is becoming cheaper, electricity consumption in particular, 8%, but the CO2 emissions fall by 4%. This 4% decline is very much in the ballpark of what people estimate from the microdata. And you can see here, as I said, you know, higher epsilon, lower epsilon doesn't make too much of a difference here. Now, of course, the numbers change, but the big picture doesn't change. So those parameters are not so important. There are going to be other parameters that are important, but I'll come back to that. The ones that are important, of course, are the ones that we know less about, which are the which are for innovation part. So so let's so in particular, this psi here is going to matter, and the calibration of the extraction technology matters as well. So there are a bunch of things here that are going to matter. But let me sort of show you without further ado what this model looks like. This is actually what I'm showing you here is for the case in which without the boom, there are no policies. But it looks very similar if you have abatement costs and the subsidies that were prevailing in the US in the early 2000s, because those were quite small. So what you get from the model, if you do that, and again, there's huge amount of uncertainty here, and those are some of the sort of the laguna that I was talking about, there is a very slow energy transition in the United States. You see that the share of scientists, this one was the one I wanted to point to, the share of scientists working in green is increasing over time, and very, very slowly in a couple of hundreds years of time, it's going to converge towards 1. Very, very slow energy transition, not optimal. This is because there's no optimal policy here. But then again, for these parameters coming from microdata and innovation dynamics, if you put the shale gas boom, it doesn't completely kill the green sector, but it damages it enough that the trajectory turns from slightly positive to slightly negative. So what this says is that, in fact, if we take the microdata parameters and the model structure, these innovation effects could be very important. How important? We don't know, because there's a lot of uncertainty here. That's part of what we need to fill in, both with much better microdata and better modeling of the exact energy dynamics. What about emission levels? Emissions immediately decline. Emission intensity declines even bigger, as we have seen. But according to our calibration, these are all changes relative to the no boom, sorry. According to our calibrations, in about 40 years' time, this could be reversed because of these innovation dynamics. Even though these innovation effects are not massive, they start building up in 40 years' time. What about net output? Well, this is, I think, both the good news and the bad news from the modeling point of view. Actually, not much happens to net output between these two benchmarks. There are two effects that are opposing each other, but in the longer run horizon, the net output effects actually start building up. So that's where we are very uncertain. That's where we really need to understand the medium-term and long-term innovation dynamics. What does this imply for welfare? Well, our estimates imply that whatever you do, as long as you are in the less than 1.5% social discount factor, which I think is beyond that, is really very high social discount factor, so you really don't care about the future. As long as you are here, you have negative effects on welfare. So, but those are driven by what happens in the relatively long run, so you should still be suspicious, but you're not going to get a big benefit from the shale gas boom, despite the fact that it has this capability to cut emissions. And the final thing that I'll tell you, and I'll conclude, is what about optimal policy? If you do optimal policy, then of course a reduction in cost is always going to be good for welfare. There's no way that with optimal policy you could hurt welfare with a shale gas boom. But how much do you help it, and what does that optimal policy look like? Well, first of all, with optimal policy, as opposed to this laissez-faire thing where the shale gas, share of scientists working in green jumped down a little bit and then started trending down, you actually use the shale gas boom to even increase the people who are working on green, because now the green has to run faster, and you make it converge to one very quickly. That's not something we saw earlier on. And you do that, that's the interesting thing, mostly using green research subsidies. You want to use carbon taxes, but carbon taxes are secondary. So in fact, you don't see a big difference between the no boom and boom carbon taxes. And carbon taxes are not turns out that it's not the main method for redirecting technological change. Of course, in practice, there are going to be restrictions on how effective green research subsidies are. There could be gaming, etc., but there's gaming for every policy. But at least this is another robust prediction of this class of models, that these green research subsidies really matter. So it's not just pricing carbon. There are many things wrong with the IRA, we can all agree, but actually by going from a sort of a worship of carbon taxes, which was common in the economics community, to a broader range of instruments, actually may have not been such a bad idea. All right, let me conclude. There are a bunch of extensions we consider, which sort of are all interesting, I think, directions for doing them more seriously in the future. But I think the important issue that I want to highlight is that this indirect effects on the direction of the innovation in the energy sector is very important, and I think there is so much more to study here, and the shale gas boom is important to illustrate why these indirect effects could be very important, because even something that appears so good and has such good effects in the short run could create much more complex long-run implications. Thank you.
I think that welcome to the last session of this fantastic program. We have two great papers actually focusing on environmental efforts in China. Just two gentle reminders. In terms of time allocation, we have 20 minutes for the presenter and 10 for the discussant, and 5 minutes if we have them. for discussions. I will give a reminder 5 minutes before the end for the presenter, and then 2 minutes for the discussant. And the other reminder is that if you're not speaking, if you could turn off your mic, that would be great. All right, so let's actually get started with our first paper. I think that Hao Wang from Tsinghua University will be presenting the real effects of China's carbon dioxide emission trading program. Hao, please take it away.
Thank you, Professor Wang. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Okay. My presentation is titled "The Real Effects of China's Carbon Dioxide Emissions Trading Program," which is collaborated with Jingzhe Liu at Tsinghua University. First, we would like to thank Professor Poterba and Professor Yan for organizing this amazing conference, and then including our paper into the program. Let me present the research background and motivate the paper. China's emissions trading system is the world's largest by emissions volume coverage, and was first established in an emerging economy. It consists of one national market and 7 regional pilots. As of 2023, the national market is estimated to cover 5 billion metric ton CO2 equivalent. And China's ETS applies a salient 2-stage emissions intensity-based compliance allowance allocation scheme, which is different from the cap and trade scheme prevalent in the developed economy. As more emerging economies are establishing their carbon programs and then embracing more flexible ETS schemes, China's ETS has drawn growing attentions from policymakers, practitioners, and academia all over the world. So let me present our research questions. In this paper, we examine the real effects of China's emissions trading program on capital investment, R&D, and then employment decisions. We also examine the implications for output, profit, productability, and then operating efficiency, and the interactions of the ETS effect with state ownership, industry heterogeneity, and then region disparity. First, let me before we jump to the empirical investigation, we would like to describe the key institutional features of the Chinese ETS. This will set the necessary background that help us understand the key findings of this research. Now, first, China has chosen ETS over carbon taxation as the primary policy tools. And then the selection considers China's developing nature, in particularly weak legal framework, regional disparity, industrial heterogeneity, and then a continuously evolving climate and industry policies. And then market-based carbon pricing, and then the market-based carbon pricing, let the government determine the emission target, and then the market will determine the carbon prices, will give greater autonomy to firms in determining how to achieve their emissions target. Now, and China learned from the ETSs in the developed economies, such as European ETS and California cap and trade. However, there's no direct emerging market experience to fall back on. So the implementation of the policy has followed a learning by doing approach. Now, so China first established the 7 regional pilot program in 2013 to 2014. And the selection of the pilots considered regional and income representativeness. Other considerations include the institutional infrastructure readiness, and then enterprise concentration and diversity. And then the national program was launched in 2021 after gaining some experience from those local pilots. And let me talk about the industry coverage. For the regional markets, now they cover 8 energy-intensive sectors, namely power, petrochemicals, chemicals, iron and steel, non-ferrous metals, construction materials, paper, and civil aviation. And then those local markets also reflect the regional economic characteristics. For example, as a transportation hub, Shanghai covers the seaports and then airports. As a service center, Beijing covers hotels and then hospitals, for example. And for the national market, the long-term scope is to cover those 8 energy-intensive sectors. That is over 70 entities, accounting for 70% of the country's total emissions. So we can see from the sector coverage, China is directly targeting the brown firms. And then in the current initial coverage stage, the national market only covers the power sector. And then the inclusion threshold is the annual emissions volume of 26,000 ton CO2 equivalent. That is the emission of burning 10,000 tons of standard coal. That's the emission amount now. And then the Ministry of Ecology and the Environment has required firms in the other 7 sectors to report the carbon emissions in 2021, hinting the coverage of the national ETS may be expand in the near future. And a salient feature of China's ETS is the 2-stage emissions allowance allocation scheme. And then at the beginning, which means at the beginning of a compliance period, firms will receive a fraction of the allowance benchmarked to historical emissions following the grandfather rule. And at the end of the compliance period, firms will obtain the rest of the allowance based on the actual production. Since the final allowance is determined after observing the output at the end of the compliance period, so the emissions quota is effectively intensity-based now. And the research shows the intensity-based allocation scheme is not the first best in terms of cost effectiveness, as it constitutes an subsidy, as it constitutes as an output subsidy now. So this leading the policy aims to stimulate efficiency gains rather than production cut. So in this sense, it actually trades off the policy effectiveness versus pragmatism. And then the policy makers have hinted that China will switch to the emissions-based allowance allocation scheme when the ETS becomes more mature. And then also let me briefly introduce the allowance auction and trading. For the regional ETS, nearly 95% of the emissions allowances are allocated for free, and reserving 3 to 10% of the budgeted allowances for auction. And for the national market, currently the allowances are allocated for free. And it has been announced that the auctions will be introduced and then gradually expanded, but there is no specific timeline now. And then for the trading, the average price in the national ETS was about the $10 US per metric ton CO2 equivalent in 2023, slightly higher than the prices in Korea ETS and the Tokyo cap and trade, but substantially lower than the prices in Europe and California. And due to financial regulations, there are no currently there are no carbon derivatives such as carbon options, futures, or swaps. And for accounting purposes, free allowances are not regarded as assets in China. And the monitoring, reporting, and verifying has been a particularly weak spot. The Ministry of Ecology and then Environment has been amending the MRV guidelines and the technical specifications for the national ETS every year now. And then the verification of the emission reports is largely the responsibility of provincial level authorities. And as we know, there are lots of work still needs to be done. For example, like what are the qualification standards of the third-party verification entities, and who are going to pay for the verification services, and how the proceeds are going to be used. Those are answers that still needs to be addressed. And then the penalty for compliance violations have been increased, but still very lenient, as shown by the amounts of the fines. And in addition, borrowing from future compliance periods is permitted. So based on my brief background introduction, we can get a feeling that China's ETS is still in an early stage. And bearing this idea in mind will help us understand the empirical patterns identified in our research. Oops. Okay. Let me talk about our research methodology. We use a staggered DID model, and then which is expressed as on the slide now. We consider the following decision variables: capital expenditure as a proxy for investment, R&D, number of employees as a proxy for hiring, and wage. Performance variables include revenue as a proxy for output, EBITDA as a proxy for profit. TFP is a proxy for productivity, and then revenue per capita is a proxy for operating efficiency. We use Tobin's Q and ROA to represent future growth potential and then firms' profitability respectively. We consider the following control variables: firm size, age, leverage, cash tangibility, past growth, NB ratio, and then stock characteristics. We also include the dependent variable lagged by one period, because we know some, the decision and the performance variables can be trendy. We also control the firm and the year fixed effects, and all level variables are CPI adjusted. Our data now. We actually constructed a comprehensive compliance firm database now. And then those compliance entities include the listed firms or their subsidiaries or holding companies now in the pilot and the national markets. So we manually matched the compliance entities to the listed firms now. So our traded firms in the regression are the listed firms if themselves or their subsidiaries or holding companies are covered by the ETS at time T, and then the control firms are listed firms that are not covered by the ETS at the time T. No. And then our final samples contains about 28,000 firm ETS year observations in the period between 2009 and 2021. In those observations, there are about 2,400 observations from 500 or about 500 compliance firms. So let me talk about our key findings. First, we find the compliance firms invested additionally in capital assets, more prominent for state enterprises. The results suggest that the ETS has evolved from climate awareness and stimulated the investment actions. And then to further to understand the investment pattern, we are currently examining two issues now. One is to which extent the investment and R&D are related to green projects. And then the second issue is whether the additional investment is related to the cost of financing. No. And hopefully we will have some results soon. No. We don't have a result yet. No. Hopefully we're going to have some results soon. No. Yeah.
How you have 5 minutes?
Okay, thank you. No. Yeah. So for the employment part, now we find the compliance firms hired more workers, which is consistent with the additional investment result. Now, however, there are no significant differences in wages. Now, so it appears to us that the compliance firms, on the one hand, responded to the carbon program, and on the other hand, they try to control labor cost to stay competitive in the market. And to gain further insight, we examine the different types of workers. Actually, we find that the percentage of low-skilled workers is positively correlated with the ETS coverage, while the percentage of high-skilled workers is negatively correlated, implying a workforce structure adjustment. However, we're still trying to figure out the reasons why this is the pattern. And then if you have a hint, please let us know. We find no significant differences in the output and the profit between the compliance firms and then their non-compliance counterparts now. And a positive way to interpret this result is the ETS did not adversely shock the economy, because we don't see any negative, we don't see any reduction in firms' output and profit, which is kind of a positive news. No. Yeah. And for the performance measures, we find that compliance firms exhibit the high profitability, but no differences in TFP revenue per capita and then Tobin's Q. No. The high ROA seems puzzling, as additional investment will lead to an increase in capital assets, but the EBITDA, the profit, is not changing. So we are still investigating the debt interest and the corporate tax channels, and hopefully we can have some answer soon. And then the other measures result tells that the compliance firms did not suffer productivity and efficiency losses during this early stage of China's ETS. When we look at the different industry sectors, we identify very different impact patterns now. So in the next step, we'll look into industry characteristics to understand why the ETS impacts are so different now. Nonetheless, the results highlight one challenge faced by the carbon reduction program in China, which is industrial heterogeneity. Actually, from the result, we see firms in different sectors responded very differently to ETS coverage. And for different markets, we observe two prominent patterns. The first one is firms that are covered by both the national and then regional programs reduced the hiring and wages, but boosted the R&D. While compliance firms only covered by the regional markets, boosted the investment and the hiring. Now, we are still in the process of digesting this different pattern. No, yeah. And the second observation is we find a heterogeneous effect patterns for different pilot regions. Now, in particular, we find a stronger commitment in economically developed South China, followed by East China, but the effect is weak in less developed Central and West China. Now, so the evidence suggests that the firms in more economically developed areas are more responsive to the carbon reduction policy in China. So this is my last slide. Since we do not have a solid conclusions yet now. So I will summarize the presentation, my presentation with a takeaway now. China's ETS is in an early and then developing stage now, which is characterized by free allowances, a lenient allocation scheme, and then the developing monitoring, reporting, and verifying framework, and then light penalties. Now, yeah. And then China's ETS has evoked firms' climate awareness and then stimulated real actions. No? And then the transition seems smooth because there is no evidence of adverse shocks to output, profit, productivity, and efficiency. No. And state ownership tends to reinforce the ETS effects. No. And the heterogeneous effects across sectors and regions highlighted the challenges of future development and then the importance of continuously reviewing and adjusting the emission trading program to address important questions. For example, when and how the ETS will transit to the cap and trade scheme, and then will carbon taxation play a healthy supplemental role? No, and then hopefully further investigation will help us to address those questions. Can help us, yeah. And thanks.
Thanks a lot, Hao. The discussants, Diego Canzi from Northwestern and NBER. Diego, please go ahead.
Great. I think you have to, yeah. So let me share my screen. Wonderful. Can you see my slides and hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, let me start by thanking Jim and also Hong for inviting me to discuss this very interesting paper. I really enjoyed reading it, and it's just fascinating to learn more about this emerging Chinese ETS market. So to begin my discussion, let me start by motivating the topic. Climate change is probably the defining challenge of our time. And apart from the detrimental non-pecuniary implications of climate change, recent estimates, including some of my own work, point to potentially very large economic costs too. It is important to acknowledge, though, that these estimates are obviously very uncertain, but there is substantial downside risks. And against this backdrop, I think we just have not much of a choice other than decarbonizing our economies. The challenge here, though, is that decarbonization is also costly. And to be able to minimize these costs of the green transition, it is really crucial to understand how decarbonization policies affect the economy. And this is where this paper comes in. This paper studies how carbon pricing affects firms' behavior and performance. In particular, it looks at how firms' investment, research and development, and also employment decisions change in response to such a regulation. And then also in terms of performance measures, how is output and also profits affected? The authors studied this empirically in the setting of the Chinese emissions trading scheme. They exploit rich balance sheet data for the universe of listed firms. So it's really an impressive data effort, collecting basically all the listed firms that have subsidiaries that are covered by this market, in combination with the staggered implementation feature of this policy. And equipped with this richness of the setting, they're also able to look into the heterogeneity, for instance, by sector and also by region. Let me just briefly summarize the main takeaways. So they document that compliance firms, they invested significantly more, and they also hired more workers in response to the policy compared to other firms that are not subject to it. Interestingly, output and profits, they do not seem to be significantly affected by the ETS coverage. These average effects, they mask vast heterogeneity that is underlying these effects. By looking at different sectors, the authors document that the effects seem to be driven by power and manufacturing sectors. And looking into heterogeneity across different regions, it turns out that the effects are much stronger in more developed parts of China, in particular in the south and east, whereas they're quite a bit weaker in central and west China. Let me give you an overview of my comments. So I will start with some points regarding the econometric odds and ends. So these are comments regarding the empirical setting. Then I have some thoughts on the potential role of general equilibrium effects. And I'll finish my discussion by thinking a bit about carbon leakage and how this may factor in this setting. So regarding the econometrics, as Hao mentioned, their final sample consists of about 3,800 firms, but out of these, only about 500 are compliance firms. So this is quite an unbalanced split. So reading the paper, I was wondering, how do these treatment and control firms compare? Do they operate in the same sectors? How do they compare in terms of other firm characteristics, such as age, size, leverage, and other firm characteristics? The authors do present descriptive statistics, but if I'm not mistaken, they don't have this split, like the same statistics for the compliance and non-compliance firms. And I think that would be just very useful information to have. And then also, if these statistics turn out to be somewhat different, this may also have implications for the empirical methodology that the authors may want to adopt. Particularly, I was thinking, say, if the control group is different from the treatment group, the authors could also perceive constructing a synthetic control group that is more similar to their treatment group, as, for instance, previous papers have done in the context of the European emissions trading scheme. For identification, the authors rely on the fact that this regional ETS and also the national one were implemented in a staggered fashion. And there is this recent diff in diff literature that has emphasized that in the staggered context, it is really important to choose the control group right. The authors do a robustness check, I think, with some of these estimators, but I think just to avoid the impression that this may influence the results, probably they want to use one of these as the baseline. One challenge here is because the authors also present event study graphs to mitigate the concerns about pre-trends. That is a bit more challenging if you look at these new estimators, because as Ruff shows in a recent note, these event study graphs from these methods, they may show a kink or a jump at the time of the treatment, even when there is no treatment effect and the violation of parallel trends is the same in all periods. So one has to adjust the heuristics accordingly. So it's just something that the authors may want to talk about. Regarding the role of general equilibrium effects. So as we have seen from the results, the power sector is really crucial, seems to do quite a bit of lifting in the estimates. If energy prices increase, however, this will affect also the non-treated firms through these GE effects. So technical terms, this may be a violation of the SUTVA requirement. In the setting that the others consider, these effects are netted out by the time-fixed effects. This may potentially restrictive given the strong adverse economic consequences that we know that higher energy prices may have on the economy. And this is something that I emphasize in my paper where I revisit the economic effects of carbon prices in the context of the European emissions trading system. Finally, regarding carbon leakage, when I was reading the paper, I was wondering how should we think about potential carbon leakage effects? So just to explain, carbon leakage refers to the fact that these covered compliance firms, instead of abating emissions, they may decide to shift some of their operations to jurisdictions or regions that are not regulated as much. This is obviously a bigger concern for the regional initiatives that the authors consider, maybe less so at the national level, even though also there you may perceive that some of the emissions may be shifted abroad. And there is this very nice paper by Cui et al. From last year, who documents substantial carbon leakage in the exact same Chinese setting, and in fact so large that may even offset the local emission reductions. So I was wondering how to reconcile this potential leakage with the finding of significant capital investment. This may be a difference between a short and longer term response. So in the short term, maybe you adjust by offshoring some of your production and emissions, but you still invest to be able to be prepared for the time when the regulation becomes maybe more stringent. I think that would be just very interesting to explore further. And then the last point that I had, because Hao mentioned also this in his presentation, so they find actually that the share of low-skilled workers increases. And that I found a bit surprising because my prior would have been that greener capital requires more skilled workers to operate. So I would have expected maybe even the opposite effect. So I just thought it could be useful to shed more light on this. I also have some more minor comments. I will share them with the authors. So in the interest of time, let me just conclude. I think this is a great paper on a first order topic, especially given the fact that China is a major contributor to global emissions. It's just so important that China will be able to decarbonize. So it's crucial to better understand how these policies work and how we can design them better. Very much enjoyed reading the paper. I think it's a great piece. Thank you.
Ray of Hope, China and the rise of solar energy. I guess so. Simpson from LSE will present the paper.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. Hi, I'm Paul. My name is Paul Simpson. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Really happy to be here. And yeah, just only sad I couldn't be here yesterday because of the time difference. So I'm a PhD student at the LSE in London, and I'm going to present our work, Ray of Hope. This is joint work with Ignacio Bañares Sanchez, Robin Burgess, John Van Wienen, Yifan Wang, and David Laszlo. Okay. I think maybe some motivation that is not quite perhaps needed for this audience, but I'll do it anyway, which is so clean energy is essential to curbing emissions for three main reasons. Firstly, energy accounts for most of greenhouse gas emissions at the moment. Secondly, decarbonisation plans for many other sectors rely on electrification combined with clean energy, and also emissions demand or energy demand is growing in many parts of the world, and emissions are going to continue to grow if we meet that with fossil fuels rather than with renewables. So this raises like this really important question of what is driving energy transition and how policy can accelerate it around the world. I start with some good news, which is that renewable electricity capacity has and continues to grow rapidly around the world. This is electricity production by source. You can see solar in yellow at the top, which has gone from basically nothing in around 2000 to 6% in kind of more recent years. Wind and other renewables have also seen really impressive growth. This rise in renewables has coincided with a rapid decline in their cost. So yeah, in the last few years, solar has basically become cost competitive finally in many parts of the world. This is showing you the average cost of a solar PV module globally, and which has really been declining over time, but that pace of kind of decline really picked up in about 2007. That roughly coincides with the time at which China started to make big inroads into the solar industry. So this is showing you production of solar cells around the world. The gray line is around for everywhere in the world, and the red line is China. And you basically see there's this huge takeoff in global production driven by China starting around 2005, 2006. Actually, many of these panels have been shipped around the world, making China the primary supplier of all of the solar panels that have been installed in recent years. So it's not just production that's been happening in China. There's also been huge amounts of innovation in the solar industry happening in China. This is showing you patent filings by country back to the mid-90s. The dark red line is China. This looks very dramatic. It looks a bit more muted, but still very impressive if we adjust for citations, or I just showed you triadic patents. China is doing lots of innovation in the solar industry. And the final fact is that this dramatic expansion of the solar industry coincided with a new focus on solar in Chinese industrial policy. So the most famous are probably the national strategies, the 5-year plans, which kind of started to incorporate solar. But actually, loads of this industrial policy has been led by local governments, by which I mean governments at the city region level. So there's like 358 city regions in China. They have a lot of policy autonomy. They have large budgets. Their leaders have incentives to generate local economic activity. And so in this paper, we are going to evaluate the impact of this local industrial policy on solar innovation, production, exports, and pollution in China. And to do that, we extract local subsidies for the solar industry from a database of all laws and regulations in China called PKU Law. We assemble new microdata on all solar firms in China. So we're going to basically identify the universe of solar panel manufacturers using an online directory. And then we match these firms into many other firm level data sets and then aggregate that up to the city level. So yeah, we're going to match it to things like firm accounts, production output, production data, patents, customs data. We're then going to use a synthetic difference and differences research design, exploiting city and time variation in the implementation of solar industry subsidies. In that analysis, our treatment is going to be kind of the year a city first implements a subsidy, then we're going to consider it treated. Our control group is going to be this weighted average of cities that never implement solar subsidies. And we're going to look at the impact on innovation as measured by patents, production, and exports. And we're also going to look at how these effects differ by the type of subsidy, whether it's a demand-side subsidy like a feed-in tariff, a production subsidy that subsidizes marginal costs, or like a more production and innovation thing that's targeting R&D costs. Alongside this empirical work, we're developing a model of electricity generation and solar panel trade in China, which we're aiming to use to go from the relative effects that we estimate in the diff and diff to the aggregate effects for China. Okay, let me give you a quick preview of results. So we find that the introduction of production subsidies and also of innovation subsidies generates more citywide patents, like quite large increases in patenting. We also find that these policies are associated with a general expansion of the industry in treated areas, more firms, more production, bigger revenues, more exports, better productivity. These impacts are going to be much more muted when we look at demand-side subsidies. We can talk about this in more detail, but we're estimating relative effects. So it's not net. It kind of makes sense that maybe having a demand-side subsidy doesn't lead to large increases in production in a particular area because they can source the panels that they need to meet that demand from other parts of China. We'll talk about it in more detail. And when we've done we're aiming to do like a proper version of understanding the aggregate effects using the model. Currently, we've done some preliminary analysis, which suggests that the aggregate benefits to China were kind of roughly 2 to 4 times higher than the cost. Okay, let me talk to you first about the data that we're going to use. So we need to measure 2 things. We want to measure our treatment, which is the implementation of local subsidies targeted at the solar industry. And we also need to measure our outcomes, which is going to be the activity of new or existing solar firms in a given city in a given year. I'll start off with the industrial policy. So measuring industrial policy can be difficult for 2 main reasons. Firstly, it can be really difficult to quantify. It's like multidimensional. There are many overlapping policies. It can be very firm or sector specific. Secondly, it also can be, the information about industrial policy can sometimes be difficult to obtain because it can be politically sensitive. So we take the following approach, which is that we start with a database called PKU Law of all laws and regulations in China. It goes back many decades. And from that database, we select all laws and regulations that contain the word solar or photovoltaic. We then further filter that list, that set of laws and regulations, identifying those which we think are subsidies. These are going to be ones that discuss some sort of explicit financial transfer from the government to firms, and also have some sort of numeric information. And we're going to consider that subset to be those which are subsidies. And then we're going to distinguish those subsidies based on the text into 3 different types: demand side subsidies, production and innovation subsidies. So for example, we have 78 subsidies in total. 27 of these are production subsidies. So they're things like it's going to subsidize the cost of building this new production line. So it's directly affecting production costs. We have 12 innovation subsidies. So here there's that's going to be something which, for example, it's covering R&D costs. And then we have 61 demand side policies, which are kind of subsidies for the installation of solar panels, or kind of more feed-in tariff type policies. So demand side stuff is really targeting installation or the use of solar panels, whereas production is about producing solar panels or the solar modules. Okay, so for each policy, we observe in this data who implemented the policy and at what date it was implemented. And so our treatment is going to be, we're going to consider a city treated from the first year that it implements some sort of subsidy. Okay, and so I can show you, based on these measures, this is the cumulative number of cities that have been treated over time. So in 2005, 2006, no cities have implemented any solar subsidies. By 2020, roughly 42 of our city regions have implemented some sort of subsidy out of the total of 358, I think it was. Okay, that was measuring industrial policy. The second thing we need to measure is outcomes. So to measure outcomes, we had to come up with a way of defining the solar industry. We defined the solar industry as the set of firms in China who produce solar panels. We identify these firms using an online platform called ENF Solar. This is the largest online solar directory worldwide. It's a place where customers can go to try and find panels. It's a place where firms can go to advertise their products and the prices for these products. It's very well used. And this, for example, this is an example of the ENF homepage. I could click through many things. It describes all of their products, what the prices are of the products, and it's changing over time. And also you can bid through this website. You can say what sort of thing you're looking for. It's like a very flexible portal for connecting buyers and sellers. So using ENF, we identified just over 1,700 solar panel manufacturers who operated in China between 2004 and 2020. When we cross-reference with aggregate statistics, we're pretty sure that we're capturing roughly the entire market. Yes. Oh, okay. So then we basically then have a list of names of firms from ENF, and then we take that list of names and other details that we get from ENF, like mobile phone number, location, and we match them to many other firm-level data sets. So we're going to match them to patent data, to account data, to export data. And through that, we can then create a firm-level data set, which contains innovation, revenues, production capacity, firm count, exports. So we're going to use this firm-level data aggregated to the city level, and this gives us our key outcomes. So innovation, which is going to be all of the patents that are filed by solar firms in a given city year. Revenues, it's quite straightforward. Production capacity, we have from some old market research reports where this ENF went to firms directly and surveyed them about kind of the size of all of their factories. Firm count, straightforward. Exports comes from customs data. And then one outcome, which is slightly different to all of these, is that we're going to use satellite data to measure pollution. Okay, so now we have, this is our outcome data. Most of it runs all the way from 2004 to 2020, but we have production capacity and exports are kind of key exceptions that we don't have for the whole time period. Okay, before we go any further, let me just quickly show you some maps. So this is going to roughly show you the type of variation that we're going to be using this analysis. The color here is going to indicate the number of patents filed in a particular year in a particular city. And when the little black borders appear around some of the city regions, that tells you that a place has been treated. So if I start in 2000, I keep rolling forward, and you can see that there's increasing patenting activity. These black outlines indicate that these city regions have now been implemented a subsidy, and we can roll forwards, and we have all of this increasing patenting activity over time. So this is roughly the sort of variation that we're going to be using in our analysis, just to give you a sense. Okay, so with all this data, we want to answer 4 main research questions. Does the introduction of subsidies increase innovation? Does it increase output, measured by production, revenue, number of firms? Does it increase exports? And does it reduce pollution, both kind of local pollutants like PM 2.5 and carbon emissions? We also want to understand the heterogeneity here by different types of subsidy, whether that's demand, production, or innovation. I promise I'll get to the empiric very soon, but just to say in the paper, which we don't have here, we are in the process of, well, we have developed and are in the process of quantifying a model of kind of trade in solar panels within China. And the purpose of this model is twofold. Firstly, is to kind of give us some theoretical predictions that we can take to the data to guide our analysis, but mainly to understand the general equilibrium effects of this policy. We are studying the relative effects by using the diff and diff. We would like to kind of solve our missing intercept problem and understand what the aggregate effects of this policy were on output of the Chinese solar industry. Just to give you a quick flavor, the key features of this model in order to kind of serve these purposes, it's going to have heterogeneous firms so that we can have predictions, not just in terms of total output in an area, but in terms of firm numbers, entry and exit. It's going to have multiple regions within China so that we can have, we can plug kind of local policies into the model and understand how those will have different effects depending on whether the demand or supply side, which is going to depend on trading. And also we're going to model innovation as kind of like a technological upgrade, which, yeah, those are some of the key features. And yeah, we're in the process of, I think we were hoping to be able to present it, but we're in the process of fully quantifying this model so that we can estimate the GE effects, and we're getting pretty close. Okay, just a few, while I don't have the full model right now, a few key theoretical predictions that you can get from from a kind of a simplified version of this model that I think are useful to guide the results I'm going to show you. Firstly, we see that production subsidies reduce firm marginal costs. That's kind of a definitional thing, which leads to industry expansion in the treated region relative to untreated regions. It's going to increase innovation, but also firm count, production, revenues, and exports, and similar effects if we have just the production or production combined with innovation subsidies. Secondly, demand subsidies, as I've mentioned before, have ambiguous effects on treated relative to untreated areas. Our diff and diff is capturing the relative impact on treated versus untreated, but when you, just because an area would like to increase its demand for solar panels, they don't have to be sourcing them from the region in which they live, and therefore it's not clear that increases in demand subsidies will lead to increases in production in the same specific city region. And finally, just a thing to bear in mind from this, sorry,
you have 5 minutes? Just
yeah, great, thanks. Yeah, the SDID is going to estimate relative rather than aggregate effects, but it's kind of ambiguous which way the direction goes. Business ceiling could push it one way, knowledge spillovers could push it the other way. Okay, plenty of time. So as I've mentioned, we're going to exploit this spatial and time variation in city-level industrial policies. We were concerned that policy implementation might be correlated with future city outcomes, so we're going to use a synthetic difference in differences approach to try and choose a kind of better control group. Roughly, this method constructs a synthetic control group such that the pre-trends are approximately parallel, and then we use we compute the treatment effect using the kind of the diff and diff between the treated areas and the synthetic control. Just a note, which is because of the concerns around this from the staggered diff and diff literature, we use only the never treated cities when constructing that control group. Okay, I'm now going to show you some of our results. So our first main result is that subsidies lead to large increases in patenting activity. So we're using the inverse hyperbolic sign here, so you can't necessarily read the size of this directly off the graph, but what I can tell you is the ATT here is approximately a 64% increase in patents in treated cities, or 8 extra patents on a base of about 13 every year. These results are really driven by the production subsidies. So I'm splitting here, this RATT for any subsidy, demand subsidies, production subsidies, and innovation. These effects are really coming from the production and the innovation subsidies rather than the demand side subsidies, which kind of matches up with what we kind of predicted would happen from the model because we're estimating these relative effects. We've dug around this result a little bit and we found that this result is very similar if we use citation weighted patents. It's mostly driven by kind of patents that are sort of higher quality. And also it seems to be driven by patents that have some sort of learning by doing component, which might explain this link between why subsidizing production would necessarily lead to increases in innovation. Okay, I will sort of whiz you through the rest of the results. Which basically are going to show that the overall, it's not just increases in innovation, the overall industry is expanding in these treated areas. So we see increases in production capacity, we see increases in revenues, we see increases in firm count, and we also see increases in exports. Okay. So we've done, these are all our big main results. We see you implement a subsidy in a particular area, particularly if you implement a production or innovation subsidy, this leads to increases in innovation and also production in treated areas relative to untreated areas, and these effects are quite large. We've done many, a long list of extensions in robustness. I'm just going to talk to you very briefly about two. Firstly, is we were very interested in, is this just reflecting activity being shifted from one city region to another, and therefore there aren't actually going to be any particular aggregate effects, we're just moving activity around China. So to try and test this, obviously, every time you want to test for the presence of spillovers, you have to take some sort of stance on where you think the spillovers are going to be happening in order that you can test it. The one approach that we've tried so far is we said, okay, what if we thought that the business stealing would primarily operate from between neighboring areas? So if your neighbor implements a policy, this is going to lead solar firms in your area to move across the border to the place that has just implemented a policy. So if that's the way that spillovers operate, then we should expect to be able to see that when your neighbor implements a policy, your solar industry shrinks. So that's what we did. That's the analysis we did. We took we look at what happens to the solar industry in location A when its neighbor B implements a policy. And if anything, we see that the solar industry expands in that location rather than contracting. So we think this is suggestive of at least that we don't see business stealing between neighboring areas. Of course, neighboring areas might not be the channel through which spillovers are operating, but so we can explore this more. And I think the model is going to really help us understand where we should look in the data for potential spillovers. The second thing we've done is we've had a look at pollution, because pollution is kind of the thing that we ultimately care about. And so we wanted to see whether areas that implement these subsidies see declines in local pollutants like PM2.5 and also carbon emissions. And we see that what we see there is kind of a reversal of our other findings. We see that demand subsidies lead to reductions in both local pollutants and carbon emissions, whereas production subsidies don't seem to lead to declines in emissions locally, which kind of makes sense because just because you're producing panels in an area doesn't mean you're necessarily using it to produce your local electricity. Okay, I've got 30 seconds and I'll finish up. So in this paper, we build a new comprehensive database on the Chinese solar industry and local solar industrial policy. We use this to show that China's local solar production innovation subsidies were effective at stimulating the local solar industry in terms of innovation, firm numbers, etc. And some initial assessments suggest that the benefits were pretty large relative to the costs. And this seems to go quite well with our theoretical model. The next thing that we're really trying to do, and we've made big pushes on, is to quantify our model, and that we're going to use this to understand the aggregate effects of this policy. Was this just moving stuff around, or was this really overall an expansion in the industry driven by these local policies? And we can use this to do some counterfactuals. But thanks very much. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Paul. The discussion for this paper is Ravi Jagannathan. Ravi, great to see you. Still, it's on screen.
Hey, yeah, thank you for giving me an opportunity for. Okay, 1 second. I have to share my screen. Okay. First, thank you all. Thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper. I enjoyed reading it. First, I think the innovation in solar has been one of the most important innovations or developments during this century, especially the steep fall in the price of solar electricity. You can see that it's just not in the Western countries. A lot of the very poor people have immensely benefited from this. You can see some of the pictures. In fact, people who never have an electric light in their house, now it's possible for them to do that. And also, if you look at the size of the solar plants coming up around the world, they are very large. And that's been made possible because now solar is almost standalone without any subsidies, can compete with conventional methods in many parts of the world, not everywhere. And just to give you a quantitative idea, the figure 1 from the paper is on the left side. And you can see that China entering the solar industry has led to very steep fall in the prices. I'm attributing a cause here, but we'll discuss that later. And I plotted this in a different way, which is like taking the log of the cumulative production on the horizontal side and the log on the vertical side. That's a standard way of looking into learning by doing. And you can see that there is learning by doing right from the very beginning, and till there was a lull after 2000. And then when China entered again, it picked up and it actually at a much faster pace. And it's not surprising, China has a huge cost advantage, and that also gives huge market share. And the question, therefore, is, did Chinese government policies play any role at all in this, or is in spite of it? And the paper examines the effect of city-level policies on innovation and production subsidies and separate the impact of local demand subsidy, production subsidy, and innovation subsidy. They construct a very impressive database using a variety of sources. There are 2 parts to the paper. One is theory, which I think is standard modeling of production and intermediaries. One thing that I want to mention here is that learning, just like I showed you, learning by doing seems to have played an important role, and that is not a feature of these models. And absent that, there is really no externalities here justifying government intervention. And there's also an estimation and empirical analysis, and they're about equally long. It's a very long paper. I will focus on the empirical part of the paper. The main conclusion is that the city-level solar supply, production, and innovation subsidies have increased innovation and production in treated cities relative to those cities where such policies were not in place. As you can see from the chart, about 358 cities are there, and 43 had some kind of treatment. And 78 is the total number of subsidy programs, because many of them have multiple type of subsidies. And the main result is that, it's in the red square box, is that demand subsidy had no effect at all. Production subsidy and innovation subsidy had significant impact. And now I will start with my comments because it's a very short discussion. So I'll focus on my comments, and some of them are in the form of questions. First, if you look at solar, photovoltaic solar, there are a number of business segments. I would put them first in the form of silicon wafer, polycrystalline silicon production, silicon wafer production, photovoltaic cell assembly, and then photovoltaic modules. And so the question is, the most important cost reduction and innovations may have come from 1 or 2 of them, not all of them. So one would like to know, where did government policies have most of the impact? Second, the effectiveness of the demand side subsidies, I have some trouble because I came up with the prior that demand side subsidies played a big role. And first, notice here that the paper, you can only look at relative effects, and demand side gives benefit to every sector. So how can you even measure the effect of demand? So I think one has to be very cautious about saying demand side didn't have much of an effect. Here's a simple example. Think about a region where the demand subsidy, increases whatever is the impact measure you have from 1 to 4, and the non-demand subsidy areas give 1 to 4 because it's uniformly spread. So you have a total effect of 6 because absent the subsidies, it would have been 2 aggregate, it's now 6. Whereas if you look at the impact measures, the region with production subsidy would go up to 3 and region with non-production subsidy will go up to 1. And so you have significant effect from production side, but actually in the aggregate, demand is the most important driver of all. I mean, just an example, whether this is the fact, I don't know, but it looks like the current setup is not, may not be capable of answering this question. One has to be cautious. Second, in the Western countries also, there has been subsidy programs for the solar photovoltaic industry, because I'll give, for example, if you look at, for example, 2004, you look at all the major manufacturers of polysilicon. That's just one Chinese manufacturer, very tiny compared to all the other countries. Then I moved to 2020. Do you see anybody from anywhere else except one German company, that's Wacker, and nobody there in the picture. And so the question is, were the policies followed by China more effective in bringing down cost of solar? If so, why? Then the next comment I have is a set of things. See, this industry is, if you look at them in detail, you'll see just a few major dominant producers in each one of the segments. And they may have their plants all over the place. And now when there are such dominant producers, how do you take control of that? Because there may really be no, easy to get any kind of comparisons for them. Second, the possible omitted factor, especially when it comes to demand. See, when you increase it, see, you have to remember, solar, especially polycrystalline, there's a lot of segments and everyone has high technology. And number two, it's a commodity. Even though there is a lot of technology involved, it's really a commodity. And the Chinese manufacturers didn't have the technology. They actually, they were able to, because they were the largest market, because the demand increased several fold, they were the biggest consumers in terms of incremental capacity that was coming up using solar. They were able to negotiate very good deals. So the suppliers of various equipment, they had an incentive to compete with others in the form of supplying the technology and training the local people. Once you get the technology, you can build on it. That's much easier. And without the absent the demand, the negotiating power of these people is quite zero, close to zero. So demand side actually played a very, very important role in the Chinese, what happened in China in bringing down the cost of plants and equipment. Also remember, the Chinese labor cost for comparably skilled workers is maybe a tenth of what is in the Western world, or maybe a fourth of what is in the Western world. And if you look at all these things, they can initially, even without any further innovation or production improvement, can bring down the costs significantly. And that's what happened. In fact, for example, they follow the Siemens process. And it's a very old technology, but not known to Chinese. And when they transferred all this, they were able to bring down the cost of the Siemens furnace by maybe 50%, and they could supply a furnace in a matter of, less than half the time it takes to get it from Germany or New Haven in US. So one has to keep all these things in mind. And this is what I meant to mean that the dominant producers, just to elaborate.
Ravi, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, how do you get synthetic controls when all the important players are in the place with subsidies? Okay, it's a challenge, but what I would suggest is look at, for example, form a portfolio of dominant producers and look at, whether you can, there are only 4 or 5 of them. So you can then ask, can I really get, first of all, my conjecture, all of them are operating in places where there are subsidies, and look at and see whether you can really get corresponding synthetic controls for them. And I very much doubt it will be possible. It will be a big challenge, and it's doable one by one because there are only 5 or 6 of them. And last, I have a question about agency issues. How do cities take moral hazard and agency issues created by subsidy program? Are there any special features the programs have that address this moral hazard and agency issues. And last of it is the learning by doing. It may be a challenge to incorporate learning by doing. So my suggestion is based on this. Split the paper into two, theory and empirical work, because really they're not really that much connected. And important contribution to the literature, impressive and clever empirical analysis, and highly recommend reading it.